Go, go, Power Rangers. Nicht ganz so viel Range, 2 Tanks. Ich AD? Ich bin AD, Digga. Oh, come on. Oh, Hit. Lag! Der kommt. Spielt AD. Geht schon. Er nimmt ihn.
This world is changing. We decide when to work.
Brauche ich viel Gold. Oh, ja.
Survival means not stopping. The void knows that.
Ey, wir sehen nichts, ey. Jeder ist irgendwie in dem Busch drin von den Gegnern. Bei uns steht einfach keiner im Busch. Alle stehen daneben rum.
Überhaupt durch? Ich glaube, ich kann da gar nicht durchchanneln. Not.
Fight and flight. Only now I do not run.
Der Lucian setzt einfach seine fickte Ulti ein, um die Wave zu clearen. Ich glaub's auch gleich. Dabei spielt er Full AP und sein einziger Spell, der richtig Damage macht. GG. Er hat auf jeden Fall alles verstanden.
No!
I was spared for a reason.
Und ich nur denke, das ist eine gute Idee. Oh Gott, wir sind mit in der Weite. Weiter dort. Mystisch. Wo geht's hin? Okay, er hat sie dran.
Not so much a player.
Oh, der spielt auch Tank. Das ist ja cool. Ich darf nicht mitspielen. Das Bau. doch! Warum?
Ein bisschen im Busch. Schmackhaft. Ein Traum. Ich gehe nicht mehr nach vorne. Ich bleibe jetzt auch hinten stehen. Das ist komplett nutzlos. Jedes Mal, wenn ich vorjump.
I can make a difference here.
Oh. Schön. Oh, 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 oh.
I came for the hunt. You're on. It's a good day for hunting.
Och, komm.
Attack enemy.
Gar kein Damage, die Ult, oder hat der die abgebrochen?
Warum?
Kann ich. Ein Item und ich könnte Leute töten. Ich habe keine Ult. Nein!
Monsters are everywhere. This. Learn from it.
Komm denn auf mich!
No! Ich hab's noch nicht. No!
In the void I have lost. Outside. Here, people are everywhere.
Oh. Gut.
Jeder lässt sich von einem verfickten Snowball hitten. Ach, 3 Leute gehittet worden. Damn.
Ich muss sagen, für einen Full-Tank Kassadin macht der mir ein bisschen zu viel Damage. Gott. Ich glaube, das mal einfach nicht spiele. Ich muss full. Hätte ich's gehabt schon.
Alright, my wife wanted me to react to this. It's this chocolate guy again. What the fuck is he gonna... Okay, making a moon. Double moon. Oh, no. Donut. Making a donut. Crushing the donut. Moon into... Oh, it's a tail. What kind of fucking creature is this going to... Nope, it's not... Maybe? Okay, well, no, the different... It's a plant. Spiral plants attached... him with his eggs. Oh, okay, that's a mouth, and it's some kind of... Oh, a chameleon? Okay. Okay, so that's a chameleon. Very detailed eyes. Oh, it's smaller than I thought it was gonna be. God, there's so many dots. Okay. And making a nice, unnatural...
Ach komm, ey.
Like a straight up chameleon. Oh, the
Jo.
mouth is too realistic. Okay. And then it's on... Oh, there's two of them! Oh, okay. I was like, why is the size changing? And then, of course, these beautiful little flowers on it. And where the fuck did that come from? When did he make that?
CryptoZoo.co. I am so excited about this project. It's so fun. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
A fun game that earns you money. How much did you guys make from CryptoZoo?
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000.
I lost around 15,000 US dollars.
I
I lost $25,000.
$120,000.
Not gonna lie, these guys all look like they'd be the type of dudes that lose this money in cryptocurrency. Did they learn their lesson? Or are they still evangelists? Are they still maximalists? Are they still fucking advocating for crypto? Have they moved on to the next grift? That's a question I want to know.
$500,000
The answer to
Australian, which is $500,000 in crypto zoo.
Shut up! No, you haven't.
Yeah, 500K.
Oh, no. Today, we're investigating Logan Paul's Crypto Zoo, a blockchain game that made millions but never worked. Some of you guys think you know the story, but it goes so much deeper. I've uncovered sociopaths, billionaires, fake orphans. Did I mention fake orphans? And of course, at the center of it, we have Logan Paul himself, who has abandoned this thing, leaving thousands of fake orphans in his wake.
I can't unsee the Logan Paul impersonator that is like all over my goddamn feed now as a consequence of fucking Jeff propping him up every time I see Logan Paul now. You guys know what I'm talking about? There's a Logan Paul impersonator guy who looks exactly like him. He's just like kind of Logan Paul but skinny.
Wait a second. Thousands of victims in his wake. Now, you'll be hearing from some of those people because their stories are heartbreaking. This is the first in a 3-part series that's been a year in the making. And if you like high-effort investigations like this one, please consider supporting this channel on Patreon. I don't take sponsors. We are viewer-supported, so if you want to and are able to, thank you. Either way, enjoy the show.
For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own.
Boom.
We have a massive team behind it, and September 1st, Crypto Zoo.
Direkt 22, 22 Cutdown Damage, ne?
Logan cares extremely deeply about his audience, loves his audience,
Und nochmal 12. Yeah, no, that's true. Which is precisely why this is like work. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have this skill. He's already like a multi-millionaire. This is the exact opposite of what Logan Paul has done with respect to his like WWE career. Okay. On the one hand, you got a guy who actually is like putting his money where his mouth is, working out really fucking hard, like doing everything the right way, and you see it. Like it shows. Okay? His performance in the arena was objectively good. Everybody liked it. And then also on the other hand, he has this shit, which is in the exact opposite side, where he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna scam people.
The million-dollar mystery that began this whole thing. Like many people, I first heard about Crypto Zoo from a podcast Logan runs.
No, ich habe keine Q.
Now look, I know Logan was tried to make it look like all the time. But it turns out they came to a decided project, and Logan created the Dinkoid character himself, and subsequently abandoned that project. So he invested in it, got it back.
Oh, was? Gucken. Well, I mean, that's kind of the reason, right? Like, he did Dinkoid, nothing happened, so he's like, why don't I just do this again?
It was different. It wasn't his friend's project at the time. It was his. And it wasn't his project at all.
Yeah, he saw how much money his friend probably made from Dinkoid, and was like, oh shit, like, I could have made way more money if I did it myself. I should be the one making the rug and then pulling it, rather than just pulling the rug, you know?
A game that would earn you money.
I'm excited to launch.
Oh, er kriegt der Jump.
Lack of regulation. Security fraud. This is a very risky unit because these are unprotected.
Jan kotzen, wie die Cutter wäre.
Make it not exist. That's it.
Komm zu mir. Oh. Den Proc? Ja.
Like everything in the crypto field is just like trying to find a new spin on like super old school pyramid schemes. Like, how can we take the pyramid scheme model and like make you not think it's a pyramid scheme, even though you're probably willing and able to give a fuck. Like, you don't give a shit. You want to get
600 Cut Down Damage jetzt schon.
many people
Deny?
inside of multi-level marketing schemes and pyramid schemes kind of deep down understand that it's a pyramid scheme, and yet they're so hyper focused on the fact that like maybe they'll be able to get other people to be the bag holders underneath them that they don't recognize. But they are the ones who are being fucked.
Now, Logan admits that there are like his standout is that other games have randomly generated assets. His game has hand-played art.
It's hard to make a digital asset with, unique, randomly generated characters. He handmade art. That's 6 months, bro.
Now, I'll admit, it all sounds very enticing. Art is a fun game to turn, and one of the biggest improvers in the world,
So, ich gehe direkt Anti hier. Ne?
which is why people were told all you had to do was
Spielt AP der alles da.
on the first launch between ETH and Zoo, people bought $2.5 million worth of eggs in the first week.
Bro, what the fuck? That's like literally almost as much as Trump made from his fucking NFT scheme. That's crazy. Trump, I think, made like $4.5 million in the first day, by the way. Just understand how fucking stupid people are. Yeah, that's right. Trump sold NFTs. Yeah, people bought those cars, man. They did. Yeah.
Ah, dieser Munde.
Skyrocketed in value, reaching a $2 billion market cap pre-game launch, right? The trading volume was in the tens of millions of dollars per day, which kind of is like Fortnite not coming out, but people trading tens of millions of dollars in V-Bucks every day. That's what this is like. And I know it sounds stupid to buy an influencer project, but to understand, people saw Logan.
There's Logan Paul at the end of it. And internet is down to get higher.
No! Schöne Ult.
I mean, it's a hard. All I'm saying is, I know they're victims, but also they're making it really hard for me. I still have empathy for them, but like when someone comes in and says, "Oh man, I really trusted Logan Paul," it's just like, well, dude, like you are the most imperfect victim you could possibly be. It's like you're trying to not care about your Release an NFT my community, okay? Yeah, no, I know. No
Wo war der
shit,
zweite?
right?
Fuck,
I
ich
get
hab's nicht
fucking
gesehen.
sell a bunch of bullshit, okay?
Teamwork.
I'm sure plenty of people would not buy it. Luckily, because I've been yelling at them about not buying the NFTs. But there would still be some people that would go out and do it. Which is why I recognize the responsibility I have to not fucking sell you bullshit and only sell you the top of the hour ad break. Because at the top of the hour there is a 3-minute ad. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, it's pretty simple. You don't have to fucking subscribe. If you don't want to see those ads, well, that's the easiest method. For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? You can subscribe for free. You will no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You want to see the 1-minute ad break that comes in sequence.
Greedy Schlampe.
You can also get gifted a sub. Booyah! 69, just gifted 5 gifted subs. King Ghidorah gifted 10 gifted subs. 15 people that no longer see the ads. If you're lucky, you can be one of those people too. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, though. They trusted that Logan Paul could attract a big enough pool of suckers for them to cash out on, voting on sympathetic victims. Yeah, I think so.
No, 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 no. Oh, jetzt slow und dann pennen. Jetzt sind die da, hier sind auch. Oh nein!
But as the game got closer to release, the CryptoZoo team started releasing the first ever photos of these images.
Come closer.
Come to find out, this handmade art story wasn't really true. It actually was Photoshop together. Sort of first red flag project. And I made a video about it at the time, but it was surface level, and something didn't add up. Something where I couldn't shut his page down. It's actually part of the announcement video that something they said. See if you can spot it.
We have a massive team behind it, probably out of pocket. Millions. Just to speak
Undeveloped.
Yeah.
That's the line that started the whole thing. We spent $1 million to develop. I couldn't get this out of my head. You know, is he lying? There's no way he expected me to be no way. Maybe it's on blockchain. That's what I thought. And then I audited the smart contract, and it's not handmade at all. It's not even original. It's what's called a fork, a copy of some other token exchange out there. One of them called Shiv X, which launched before. So where did this $1 million go? I get this.
I think he just lied, right? He just didn't
Logan just
fucking.
kept playing.
But $1 million in it, personally, the whole team $1 million plus.
Now at the time I'm looking into this, there's a teaser going around for cat thing. Cat or egg NFTs. To kind of symbolize the true launch of crypto. So I thought maybe this is where
No gut, no gut, no gut, no gut, no gut. Anti-Heal ist drauf jetzt.
finally on November 3rd, 2021, Ben Ross Let's meet one of the victims, Helicopter Bob.
My name's Rob. I have lost just under $7,000 with crypto.
Kennen.
Bob, he was making money from crypto. How much he made if the patent worked.
Oh, it never did from the beginning. It wasn't even written into the contract where it showed that you used that you were actually using it, but there was nothing in the contract. There's no way.
Did you hear that?
Weggeholt.
The core mechanic
Oh, what?
make money, stupid animals, didn't even work on launching, and still, to this day, a year later, still does not work. Is what the investors were saying. Right? $millions on egg. But even
Right. I mean, this is how every fucking cryptocurrency scheme works. Make it incredibly easy to purchase with American dollars, and make it incredibly hard to sometimes outright impossible, depending on what level of scam you want to fucking dial in on, to take the money out or to sell. That's crazy.
Even gets worse because I have talked to
No, 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 no.
on the day of selling about half of the purchases.
Thank you for taking this up.
Part of it not work and the NFT not pay you. You also couldn't attach them.
It's so
Oh,
fucking hard. Sympathy when you see like a full-blown adult man, dude. I do though. I sympathize. It feels sad. It feels sad. He just
Alles
it's fucking sad. It's sad. This guy's like literally got robbed. Not at gunpoint, but at like, you know, I don't know, at Logan Paul point. He just wanted to play adult Pokemon.
So I'm a little baffled. I'm like,
Venture off the beaten path.
I must be doing something wrong. So I opened up the support ticket. With CryptoZoom. Ben Ross was actually the person answering my support.
oh Gott.
Wow. So on launch day, basically nothing worked, and a year later, that's still true. Now after this was discovered.
That's insane, dog. Like, at least let him see the fucking moose, dude. What the fuck? That's so messed up. He just bought a picture of an egg. Not gonna lie, I feel like it's getting like this kind of stuff almost makes you see like how much harder it is to like do Ponzi schemes in the real world with like real money where you can be fucking hit with like some level of regulation. And then there's like pyramid schemes that are technically working but it's still a rug pool. And then you get to the bottom of the barrel where it's just like give me fucking money and you'll
Nope.
I'm a reputable person. And then you just have no method of getting that money back. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna run out. I'm gonna run away now with all of your money. Okay?
Dumm, Mann, der Timo spielt halt nur die Fente fucking Base, ey.
It's like, it's crazy to
Wieder
me
nur
that,
wirft Rooms in die Waves.
Save
Ja.
the Kids token
Er ist halt so dumm.
is like a more well thought out rug pull than this one.
Es funktioniert halt einfach traurigerweise auch noch. Munduk.
Wild. Like that's where we've gotten. Like there is literally every time I think to myself, can we get any lower than where we're at? Can we get any lower than where we're actually at with respect to like the level of scamming? Like what's next? The only thing that's lower than this is if they didn't even get photos of the fucking eggs. Like they just didn't even care to make like the promise. And they were just like, bro, just give me your money right now. And I'll give it back to you double the amount. That's it. I already ran the top of the hour. I was like, stop fucking throwing me.
Oh no.
Sober, currently shaking my head, and yo, that was his contribution to this project. Meanwhile, the community manager in Rob was actively claiming that Logan was going to be marketing CryptoZoo any day now. He told people things like, Logan isn't a controllable market guru. It's over when we launch. And when we have a product to market, we will market it. And marketing will crush. I promise. Logan is advancing the project.
nicht.
motherfucker couldn't even make it on the comrade board in my Discord, by the way.
Marketing.
I'm sorry, but these are awful numbers, okay? Bob Lee, thank you for the 25, get the subs. Like, Hoscord stays on top in comparison to these fucking scams. Holy shit, I can't believe I'm defending the integrity of Hoscord here, but...
Noch
What,
15
comrade
Gold.
board, is it gone? Oh, I didn't even know.
Oh, I got some damages.
Wait, it is still there. What do you
Oh.
mean? RIP. Subcast, comrade board, Hassan, Pacer, our bot. Please wait, what happened? The bot runs on is no longer free anymore. Okay, I mean, I'll pay for it. What happened? Pause mute. Exploiting bot labor. Bitch, I don't touch any Jamal hostages associated with every moment that I let that fucking toxic waste of a space exist on this fucking Discord, they should
Jesus. Something happened there.
every goddamn moment.
I'm not quite sure what, but... Busting.
Like, back in the day, I would go into Hoscord every now and then, okay? I would go into Hoscord every now and then, and they would say, it would be kind of nice. It'd be like fucking unhinged and weird, obviously. Okay? But then there would be fucking moments where, at least, like, there would be moments where, like, at least, you know, some people would be kind and nice. I could use it as a place to do free therapy for myself. You know what I mean? Now when I go in there, it's just like, who will fucking dunk on me fast enough to like
Nice cooldown.
It's literally just like it's basically, it has basically turned into literally like the orbiter circuit of like haters, but inside of somehow even more pathetic because like it's inside of the Hoscord space. You know what I mean? Like, at least orbiters make money on YouTube when they make like a fucking Hassan Sucks video. You're just looking for, you're just trying to farm
Net. Oh Gott.
in the hospital. I literally just saw a comment like, I don't want the problem with that. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, everything's awesome, join hospital, they join on you. Yeah, I mean, it's just, Hoscord to you, but you want to see it. Yeah, but you don't understand what that means. I mean, I still love it. You literally use Hoscord to complain? Yeah, motherfucker, of course. It's supposed to be my community, man. What the fuck do you mean?
Oh. Lasse.
Yeah, it's my server. That's crazy. It's like people being like, dude, you're streaming on Twitch and complaining about like chat or something. It's like, yeah, bro, it's my fucking chat. What do you mean? Hoscord has lots of options.
No. Red man.
Anyway, let's continue.
Logan, abandoned project, team on crypto
yourselves because it's very stupid. That's crazy.
Oh. Oh Gott.
Because of these false promises about marketing, the few more investors believed in CryptoZoo so long in fact. We watched every Logan Paul ever tried to guess and decipher when this so-called marketing push would happen. Logan and his team really fed into this with a lot of cryptic messaging. Only a month after CryptoZoo's launch, actually, at Patch Day, they started teasing this. Not too
Wait until my seeds take root.
Oh my god, just take an hour off for even bringing that up, Megaphonics. You are so lame, dude. Jesus
much of
Christ.
this is out, but he's been working on a massive project.
And the one of them will be the biggest thing I ever do. It's like my life and soul. Wow.
wow, surely this
Okay.
secret project that Logan put his soul into is crypto, right? The project he launched a month ago? Well, his fans certainly thought so.
Yeah, they're butters, dude. They're butters.
Vorsicht, du siehst nix.
So now imagine their surprise when another clip surfaces of Logan finally admitting this secret project isn't CryptoZoo at all.
No.
Something
Nein.
entirely.
Die sprinten da immer so rein in die scheiß Shrooms.
And Logan Paul's going pitching this new.
He just fucking literally cast it aside like a fucking huge tissue, bro. Oh, no, not
Gott.
that. Not
Jetzt
that.
hat sie die Ulte, ne? Oh Gott. Got him.
Surprisingly, not his fault. It's the bad actor.
Many
I see people giving multiple explanations for why.
Dude, this guy's the funniest dude, man. He's been a fucking YouTube legend for so long. Like, he's been around since, like, the Young Turks days, and I know... I've known about him since, like, the Young Turks days. Like, he looks like he's really a Russian citizen. Why are you talking about YouTube?
Abbrechen. No, ich habe unten rausgekriegt.
He's
Hallo.
like an old school YouTuber. Victory! No, he's like a... He's been around for a minute, dude. He's got Facebook jail
Der
tags.
muss auch mächtig Damage haben.
Two Jordies a fucking go to the game. You have built the British UK scene and is getting more political. Oh God, I don't want to know what his fucking politics are, then, brother. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I hope he's not getting more political.
Hat immer den Mundo alleine getötet.
You know there's accusations out there. How does it make you feel when people are doing these takedown videos about your NFT
I think he likes
previous?
you. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about him, but I don't know about him like that, but I hope he's not getting more political because I'll be honest, he's too big of a fucking lad for me to assume that his politics are going to resemble anything but like you know, just a more rugged and not as like neckbeardy Sargon of Akkad shit.
It's
it's sad because of what I just said.
He's too British. He's too
going on
British.
behind the
He's too
scenes.
British for
Like,
it
dog,
to
I'm
be
not
like
the bad
good
guy here.
politics.
There's some actual out there.
Yeah.
And it's not me. Like, I'm here to build.
This is a space where a lot of people.
He's get a bit of an Islamophobic moment when Tate reverted. His co-host definitely likes you. They're both labor workers, or they're both labor voters. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean,
Nivea.
people always surprise me.
On my wings.
Deucey dollar signs, like any burgeoning industry. If there's money to be made,
Dude, he's like he is literally like his accent seems northern, yeah, which is why I said, like, I've talked about this before, and Scousers get so fucking mad when I bring this up. Last time I talked about Liverpool or how like how British labor works, and like how a lot of labor voters can't escape being British in many respects. There were a bunch of people there were a bunch of Scousers in here that fucking went crazy, okay? They were like, you're being so fucked up. These guys are so fucking leftist. Like, and they are. I'm sure they are. I'm sure these guys are like legit leftists, but like they're still British. So there's always going to be some stuff that is just, you know, it's very hard to overcome. Just, you know, it's very hard to overcome.
Tötet.
Like, I'm here to build.
this is a
Du alleine getötet. Wie bitte?
I think he likes you. I mean, I don't know. Dude, this guy's the funniest dude, man. He's been a fucking YouTube legend for so long. Like, he's been around since like the Young Turks days, and I know I've known about him since like the Young Turks days. Like, he looks like he's gonna be a Russian citizen. Why is he talking about YouTube?
No, ich habe ihn nicht rausgekriegt.
He's like an old school YouTuber. Victory. No, he's like a. He's been around for a minute, dude. He's got Facebook jail tags.
Ich muss auch mächtig Damage haben.
Two Jordies a fucking go to the game. You have built the British UK scene and is getting more political. Oh God, I don't want to know what his fucking politics are, then, brother. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I hope he's not getting more political.
Hat immer den Mundo alleine getötet.
So much more to see.
I don't know what's happening with that. I hope he's not getting more political because I'll be honest.
Was?
Take care.
Oh no.
Welcome to the howling abyss. Things aren't always what they seem.
Was, ich kann deine Pflanzen nicht rumwerfen.
Nö.
Ich würde ja gerne die Pflanzen an meinen Gegner reinwerfen.
Gegner könntest du das jetzt natürlich, ne?
Weg.
Die haben die Morgana. Warte. Och, was macht denn?
Habe ich.
Echt? Oh, schön.
Ich wusste, dass das passiert.
Irgendwie nervt mich der neue Busch bissle.
So much more to see. An ally has been slain. Take careful steps.
Stock alert.
Ah, das reicht
Best
nicht.
Buy,
Mein Gott, noch der
RX
Mensch.
7900
Oh.
XTX.
Der Weiger stirbt jetzt. Er spielt nicht so offensiv.
Band.
Ei raus, Alter.
Ich hab den Mega.
Schön. Wir haben den Rest. Nein, aber nicht.
Könnte eigentlich.
Hammer. Nein, ich hab's nicht aktiviert gekriegt. Ich muss jetzt mal aufhören, da reinzulaufen. Oh Gott. Oh. Lebt, spielt der Tank. Oh no! Und du lebst.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Oh, die ist so lucky.
Ist tot?
Not even.
Hallo? Ihr 5 Leben!
Ach,
Oh
eben ist es
no!
dann. Kann nicht gewesen wäre. In der Standard gewesen.
Alter, wie oft hat denn der das? Eine. Die stehen ja am Ende der Welt. Ich räche dich! Oh ne, du bist ja tot. Ich räche dich nicht! Aber ich nehme ihn mit.
Bisschen Lowlife. Bisschen.
2 Milis. Trotzdem.
The forest holds many surprises.
Was ist denn mit der los? Oh.
Oh nein, es wurde ein Fehler gemacht.
Das müsste fein sein, ehrlich gesagt. Du kannst sie wegschießen.
Ach nö. Ich hab doch kein Spell ready.
Wieder Ult.
Ah, ist gut.
Ah ja, komm, block mich komplett!
Ey, das ist so ein Witz. Als ob das noch
Katze?
connected.
Nächste Pflanze ist da.
Gibt gar kein Damage.
Full Magic, was ist das eigentlich die Seju? Mal. Nimmt trotzdem kein Damage.
Komm, nimm ihn bitte mit. Oh.
Take careful steps.
X-Mann.
Such a busy world.
Durch, weil da einfach eine Ulti auf der anderen liegt.
Hier Ultis rauswurf, wenn man das verliert. Gewinne hier.
A promising garden.
Ah, hey, ich benutze meine Ulti über die komplette Map. Oh, warte, sie one-shottet dich ja. 1000 Damage nur mit der fucking Ulti.
Oh, alle tot.
Come closer.
Ah. Die Rumble-Ulti ist einfach fair. Die macht halt einfach
Ja,
nicht
die
viel.
Cooldown ist das Problem. Also das ist absolut lächerlich, wie was die für eine Cooldown hat.
So much more to see.
Komm nicht ran zum Angreifen, das ist so dumm. Wir haben alle viel mehr Range. Ah, und dann kommt das wieder. Es ist einfach nicht fair.
Nee.
Und auf der Map ist halt auch kompletter Müll, was spielen sollte. Kompletter Int.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Rumble Ult. Ich kann nicht. Komm nicht an irgendwas ran, was Damage macht bei denen. An die Tanks angreifen, das war's.
Oh, unlucky.
Lebens, ey.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ich verstehe aber auch nicht, wo wir da hingehen immer. Es.
Shut down.
Ach, er drückt mich einmal mit seiner Ulti an. Okay. Müssen wir die komplette Rote auf ihn. Drückt einmal R.
Ich habe eine Sekunde auf Sonias. Hat der kein Black Cleaver oder was? Hm. Er ist auf Black Cleaver. Bitte kill den, ja, schön. Will er den auch noch nicht?
Geht schon ruhig uns alle über den Haufen.
The forest holds many surprises.
Krass.
Okay. Komm halt schon wieder nicht weiter. Ich einfach alles wegklären an Waves. Somewhere. In der Mitte der Rumble mit seinem 1500 Item. Alles klar. Tower, die da umgefallen sind, sind auch so ätzend, ey. Map-Veränderung.
Ja. Guter Change.
So ätzend, ey. Game soll auch noch viel länger, ey. Campen die wieder in ihrem Gap da. So, jetzt. Ich habe alles mein Leben, was ich bisher verloren habe, durch 2 Rumble-Ults verloren. Und jetzt bin ich tot. Oder?
Ich glaub nicht.
Barney.
Helf mir, helf mir, helf mir, helf mir!
Ich habe alles gegeben. Sonias.
Ja, passt. Was?
Alles in Sonias reingemacht.
Was?
Ja, der Sonias gedrückt.
Ach so.
Geultet. Dann kam Sonias und No Damage dann das Day. Meine Ult macht so kein Damage. $500 an dem scheiß Tower mit einem Auto-Attack. Ist auch fun.
Irgendwie habe ich das Gefühl, es ist nicht vorbei.
Aber wenn du drunter noch eine Auto-Attack hast. Oh. Es ist nicht vorbei. Oh. Wenn er sein Ding ausmachen würde und ein Auto-Attack, dann wäre es vorbei. Aber er hat sich gedacht, nein. Das heißt, wir müssen auch Zeit machen. Und...
Gott. Der Urgott ist so on the rage. Der huntet hier, ne? Der huntet weiter. Ja. Was? Was denn?
Ja.
Die Morgana hat irgendwie gerade die Urgott-Ult abbrochen.
Gut, wahrscheinlich, wenn du sie irgendwie das Spellshield used, währenddessen der gerade saugt oder so.
Ja, genau, so hat's ausgesehen.
Ja. Irgendwie weirde Interaction damit. Au, au, au. Ach. Ey, ich tilte aus dem Leben, Mann. Es ist halt so dumm. Er ist halt eigentlich One-Shot, wenn ich ihn mit R anklicke. Aber nein, Sonias. Oh, jetzt bin ich schon wieder. Drunter. Drunter doing it. Drunter ist doing it.
Einem Lebe. Professor Lulu.
Ein Leben. Drunter mir hat oft ein Leben. Und lang ein Leben. Einfach unsterblich ist.
Okay, der Damage war nicht so hot. Alter, der Weiger hat 11k healed. Hä?
Warmox, oder?
Zählt doch als
Out of Age.
Zählt als Regeneration. Also früher hat es als Regeneration zählt.
Ahnung. Bin kurz weg.
Fuck.
At first, penguins with chicks circulate on the outside, avoiding the pressure within. As the weather worsens, they'll all have to look for a place to tuck in. Eventually, a huge huddle forms. While those in the centre are warm and protected, those on the outside are still struggling. To share the heat around, the penguins take tiny steps to change position. Waves of movement ripple through the huddle, giving everyone a chance to have a go in the centre. The huddle is so efficient, penguins in the inner core can even overheat. As these penguins try to cool down, the colony starts to break up. The collapse acts as a release valve, shedding excess heat. it's dangerous for the chick. As everyone moves position, some mothers topple in the crush. She tries to stop her full weight falling on her chick. Getting back on her chick. Getting back up is especially difficult with a chick nestled in her pouch. Her care finally pays off. She and her chick rejoin the huddle as it starts to reform. Not all have been so lucky.
So, wieder da.
B.
This penguin has been searching for her lost chick. She hopes it might still be alive. Her pouch is the only lifesaver she knows. A female companion shows her concern.
Stock alert. Best Buy, RX 7900 XTX.
The mother invested everything into her chick. To lose it is a tragedy. She will have to wait another year.
Ja, da. Schade. habe ich aber langsam die Schnauze voll.
Is a tragedy. She will have to wait another year.
Hm. GMI, dann was? (16 Uhr). Was? War doch schon. Hm.
At least suspend not just his account, but journalists reporting on it.
I just real quick, Elon, thank you for joining. I am hoping that you can give a little more context about what has happened in the last few hours with a handful of journalists being banned.
Yeah. Well, as I'm sure everyone who's been doxxed would agree, showing real-time information about somebody's location is inappropriate, and I think everyone on this call would not like that to be done to them. And there's not going to be any distinction in the future between journalists, so-called journalists, and regular people. Everyone's going to be treated the same. You're not special because you're a journalist. You're a Twitter. You're a citizen. So no special treatment. You dox, you get suspended. End of story. So and ban evasion, or trying to be clever about it, like, oh, I posted a link to the real-time information, is obviously that is obviously simply trying to evade the meaning. There's no different than actually showing real-time information.
So when you're saying posting a link to it, I mean, some of the people like Drew and Ryan Mack from the New York Times who were banned were they were reporting on it in the course of sort of pretty normal journalistic endeavors. You consider that like a tricky attempt at ban evasion?
You show the link to the real-time information, ban evasion, obviously.
Drew, I don't think you were posting the real-time information, right?
I mean, you're suggesting that we're sharing your address, which is not true. And you're suggesting that we're posting. We never. I never posted your address.
You posted a link to the address.
We posted a link. In the course of reporting about Elon Jet, we posted links to Elon Jet, which are now not online and now banned on Twitter. And Twitter also, of course, marks even the Instagram and Mastodon accounts of Elon Jet as harmful. Using, we have to acknowledge, using the same exact link blocking technique that you have criticized as part of the Hunter Biden New York Post story in 2020. So what is different here and there?
No more acceptable for me. It's no more acceptable for me, for you, than it is for me. Same thing. So anyway.
So it's unacceptable what you're doing?
No. You dox, you get suspended, end of story. That's it.
Elon, I have to ask, I mean, I think what everyone's wondering is it's highly unusual for journalists at the Washington Post and the New York Times to have their Twitter accounts suspended. And it just so happens that it's, the boss in charge, so, what's the deal there?
Was going to change everything.
But one thing's for certain. Elon Musk rewrites every industry he walks into, and the future of long-distance trucking has already begun its second phase.
Just like the tunnels Elon Musk proposed was going to solve traffic.
Is then lowered into a tunnel. The sled is then moved along a track at very high speed.
That turned out to be a single extra lane of slow-moving traffic driving underground taxis through storm drains between 3 destinations, where it would have actually been.
This story is top secret. Most of my team won't even know about this story until after it goes live, when you all see it. We flew out to EVGA's California headquarters for a closed doors meeting with EVGA CEO Andrew Han. And here's what he had to say about NVIDIA. We are not going to be on NVIDIA CEO Jensen's lap on stage. So I don't want people to speculate what's going on when we're not there. EVGA has decided to not carry the next gen. EVGA is continuing the current product line. We will continue the current gen until we run out. And this video marks the beginnings of a historic shift in the video card industry at large. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Height Y60. The Height Y60 is one of the most unique cases to launch anytime recently, coming in multiple color options like this bright red, and it's also built for both water cooling and air cooling. The case pays extreme attention to detail, particularly with cable management paths like you can see with the quality rubber grommets that are always passed through, and with split lower and upper chambers. Learn more at the link in the description below. NVIDIA comprises 80% of EVGA's revenue. So this change could mark the beginnings of a long and drawn out demise for the company if it doesn't navigate these next few months carefully. It could also mark, however, the beginnings of something new, a less stressful and more mobile organization where they're freed from the binds of their encumbering partner NVIDIA. EVGA's CEO felt restrained by NVIDIA. I commented to him that this decision must be hard for you. And he said, this is easy. Working with NVIDIA was hard. Strong words for NVIDIA. We'd hope, though, for the sake of EVGA's employees, that the decision might have been a little bit harder. But it didn't stop there. The company wouldn't even entertain the idea of working with Intel or AMD when we asked. And we pushed the point. And after asking repeatedly why EVGA wouldn't make someone else's board, we asked the obvious. Does EVGA intend to return to NVIDIA for the 50 series? No. They're done, Han said, and they're done with all video cards while he remains CEO. Existing customers will continue to get support, and EVGA is withholding some boards as RMA replacements and for warranties. But once they sell through inventory this year, that's it. no more EVGA video cards. EVGA has made a lot of cards over the years, so this is a big change. They built their company on the back of cards like these for decades now. And as for Intel and AMD as potential partners, that's a different story entirely. Let's start with the relevant facts from our information gathering before we get to the fascinating part of the story that describes the downfall of the relationship as it was torn asunder between NVIDIA and EVGA. Starting with those facts, EVGA will cease all production of manufacturing for video cards. Existing customers will remain supported, EVGA tells us, by EVGA's warranties, by its normal processes, so that remains in place. EVGA has withheld some inventory as well. This is intended to help it hold over as it might need to replace cards that get lost in the mail, get damaged, need replacements, or have defects where they need to resolve it somehow for the customer. They're keeping some back and not selling them for those purposes. Next one, they're expecting to run out of the 30 series by the end of this year. EVGA is staying in business, at least for now. This is one of the points. They made it very clear to us that they're financially sound and stable and have no intent of going out of business. And it will trigger a downsizing, but at least as of today, EVGA is staying in business. EVGA is not selling its business, and it actually has very strong convictions against that. So that's not something you need to worry about either necessarily, but it's something we're going to talk about more later as well. Now, also interesting here, EVGA is not expanding into more product categories. So even though it's not selling the business and it is killing its video card arm of the business, which again is 80% of the revenue, even though the profit is smaller overall, the lack of expansion is a little concerning because it means there's a lot of employees who will not have a thing to do anymore. Now, NVIDIA was notified of EVGA's decision to stop making video cards back in April, but only the absolute upper echelon of management is aware of this decision. So a lot of NVIDIA's staff will be finding out when this video goes up. Another point from the information gathering stages where this was all conducted with EVGA's CEO. This is as first party as it gets, not rumors. EVGA has thus far not entertained the idea of working with Intel or AMD. We talked with them about this at great length for over an hour in that conversation, and there was just no interest from EVGA's CEO. However, we really do think there's an opportunity there and they should be exploring it, but as of now, that's what they told us. EVGA, again, finished making EBT samples of the 40 series cards. They will not be selling them though. The reason we're bringing this up is because if you see photos leak online of EVGA RTX 4090s, then it's because they made some. I can't say a lot more than that because that product is under NDA, but they made some and they're not going to be selling them. If you see a leak though, it's an engineering sample. It doesn't mean that this video is invalid. This decision is very real. It came from the CEO. EVGA claims that employees will be reallocated to other departments of EVGA, and realistically, there is going to be some kind of mass exodus because it's just impossible to take. There's about 280 people there right now worldwide, as we understand it. They've already laid off 20% of their Taiwan workforce a couple months ago, and it's just not possible to get rid of that much of your business and be able to give everyone a new job within the company. It's not that big of a company, and some people will be left without a job function. And although EVGA's CEO says that he will take care of his team and keep paying them, to some extent we believe that. Realistically, if people don't have a thing to do, even if they're okay accepting charity for a while, at some point they're going to go, I would like to do something now for the money, thank you, and leave and go somewhere else. So for instance, people like Kingpin or Vince Lucido, who's on the overclocking team and is a marketing machine for EVGA, will no longer be able to do the job he was hired to do, and that's going to be true for a lot of other people on the team as well. So there will likely be some departures. There is going to be some attrition, even though EVGA intends to support its staff. And finally, EVGA's belief is that NVIDIA has screwed it over, basically. So this is where we're going to approach it in sort of a neutral or objective way, because some of the stuff from EVGA first party doesn't quite make sense, but also we've heard many of these things about NVIDIA in the past, and they align with things that we know for NVIDIA's treatment of partners. So there's some truth, and there's also some flavor from EVGA because they were the ones controlling the dissemination of the information for this. So let's talk about EVGA's side of the story. We asked, why would you walk away from NVIDIA? And the answer was that it's about respect. In talking to EVGA, the company told us point blank, this is not a financial decision, it is a principled decision. EVGA and competing board partners have told us in nearly every launch that they don't find out basics about the very product they're partnered to sell, like the MSRP, until NVIDIA's CEO is on stage. We're told this is true even for cost to buy the chip. NVIDIA apparently only gives placeholder cost for some GPUs like flagships until the MSRP is revealed publicly. It's hard to run a business when you don't even know what the cost of your product is that you're imminently launching. We've learned that NVIDIA has both a floor and a ceiling for card prices on some cards, so only flagships for the ceiling, with board partners restricted from selling flagship models above a certain cost. This restricts creativity for uniquely high-end boards. But those are the rules of the game, and other board partners are willing to work within them. So if EVGA doesn't want to play by those rules anymore and they exit the market, the other board partners are going to descend like vultures upon the allocation that EVGA gets from NVIDIA. And although EVGA insisted to us that being an NVIDIA partner is not ultimately profitable, clearly it's profitable enough for the companies that sell many millions upon millions of video cards each generation. So even though Asus, Gigabyte, and MSI have all had the same complaints to us about how NVIDIA sort of treats them or supplies them with information before a launch, they all seem to be doing at least well enough to keep selling the cards and not want to back away from it. And ultimately, a couple percent margin, although absolutely terrible, against millions of products, it starts to add up fast. So we knew there was a lot more to this story and we would have to dig into it. NVIDIA won't sell fewer GPUs because of this. So losing EVGA, maybe they lose some coverage in some parts of the world, but this isn't really about sales here. It's more about a statement for EVGA, and losing a partner of 20 plus years that's been exclusive to NVIDIA here this entire time, that sends one hell of a statement. But it doesn't only send a statement about NVIDIA. EVGA feels its supplier, NVIDIA, is undercutting EVGA's ability to sell products with NVIDIA parts by offering the Founders Edition cards at a lower price, which it can do because NVIDIA makes both the GPU and the card. They don't need to take the margin off the GPU in the same way. Looking at Best Buy's website right now, we see the Founders Edition cards are cheaper than EVGA video cards. EVGA can't compete here, and it's already losing money on its 30 series cards at these prices, whereas NVIDIA stands to profit regardless because it is both the supplier and the manufacturer of the board, and sometimes even the seller of it. So we put this table together. We have some specific number values, but we can't share those with you yet. Possibly in December, we're hoping to do a follow-up. But talking to EVGA, we've learned that the company is losing hundreds of dollars per video card when selling at the current market prices. Lower tier cards like the 3060 are still profitable, but everything from an RTX 3080 to a 3090 Ti is a loss in the hundreds of dollars, and the prices are controlled in part by NVIDIA. And the problem here for EVGA is they don't want to make boards that are substandard, that have thermal issues, power design issues, or other problems, and that means costing more. And since they aren't the supplier, they can't run as low as NVIDIA can. We asked EVGA if it tried to work this out with NVIDIA before killing the partnership that they've had, and EVGA's Joe Darwin, basically head of operations, answered with this: "You can only ask so many times. We tried to have the discussion with them." Andrew Han jumped in and said, they know. So it's done then. They're not making more video cards. Now, EVGA only had 3 people from the company in the meeting with us, and its staff won't be finding out about this decision until today, when this video goes live just a few hours before it. And so as interesting as the story is about EVGA and NVIDIA, the one thing that we were worried about here, maybe more immediately, is what happens to EVGA's people as a result of this decision. Trying to figure out what happens next for the staff at EVGA, we started asking about the revenue numbers. About 78% of EVGA's gross revenue comes from video cards right now today. About 20% comes from power supplies. About 2%, the remainder, comes from miscellaneous things. That'd be motherboards, the E1, coolers, things of that nature. And EVGA's CEO claims that the power supply margin, profit margin, for its power supplies is 300% higher than the profit margin for its GPUs or its video cards. So that's how you end up with the company that has 78% of its revenue, but a really comparatively small portion of its profit coming from one division. And it's also how you end up in the conundrum EVGA is now in, where it will no longer have sufficient revenue or work, more importantly. It's really the work that matters more, to sustain 280 people, most of whom work on video cards, when there will no longer be video cards being manufactured at the company. So I asked if there would be layoffs, and EVGA's Joe Darwin jumped in and said, "We're not going to lay anyone off." And that was the direct quote. He noted that they expect some attrition, or basically some bleed of employees as they are informed of this news likely today and start deciding if they still want to work on the projects that if they still want to work there now that their projects are dead, basically. And we also know that they already had layoffs a few months ago in the Taiwan office. So a lot of EVGA staff is only there for GPUs, and the numbers just don't make sense, where EVGA will not need all the PCB engineers who worked in the video card department to move over to power supplies. Even though they're trying to create roles for them there's only so many power supply PCB designers you need, and the skills might not always line up. Additionally, the support staff won't have as many customers to support after this year. And even starting now, the amount of people who call in for help, it's gonna go down. And the support staff, sure, you could retrain them on power supplies, but you only need so many people supporting power supplies, especially if you're not trying to grow that division of the business. Further still, logistics, warehousing, and sales staff will now not be managing video card inventory anymore. Those jobs, they're not gonna stay. There's nothing for them to do. So it's a reality of this business where those roles will get cut if they don't have work. And EVGA, sure, the CEO says he will pay and support his staff and try to keep them all employed, and that is fantastic and admirable and sort of the right thing to do. But they also can't pay on charity and lose money, because then everyone will lose their jobs. So at some point, they either need to rely on attrition where people just depart, or they're going to have to really work on retraining and distributing people throughout the company and growing new business sectors, because sustaining will not be enough. So anyway, our next question was, what about Vince? EVGA relocated its resident overclocking expert and marketing machine, Vince Kingpin Lucido, to Taiwan about 10 years ago now. He's done well here, but he's entirely focused on overclocking and mostly GPUs and getting EVGA's name to the top of all of the charts. Without GPUs and with motherboards functionally dead in the water at EVGA, Vince will have little to do. EVGA CEO Andrew Hand's answer was, "I think Vince has his own plan." And my answer to that was, you should check with them, because I'm not so sure about that. I had just spoken to him recently. So that's for them to work out. But Han says he will take care of his people. We do believe he'll take care of at least a couple of the core people who've been at the company forever. It will just come down to, is there provision of interesting work, or is it just pay for sake of loyalty, which is, again, admirable. That's really a great thing to do that you don't have to, and not many companies would do it. But normally people do want meaningful work to go along with that. So it just depends on how they work that out. So earlier we said that EVGA made some conflicting statements. What we've tried to make clear to really everyone in the industry, but especially in this situation, EVGA, is that our job is to be as in the middle as possible and try to understand NVIDIA's perspective and EVGA's perspective. We're not the EVGA PR machine to just try and tell their story. And so looking at the story, we did find quite a few holes in it as it was developing. They started to congeal and reclose as we got through more details, but we'll get to that. So EVGA's complaints about NVIDIA, we think, are valid. So complaints about not receiving information prior to Jensen Huang getting on stage and announcing the parts, that's a little ridiculous, and it is a problem. So that is absolutely a valid complaint. Now, similarly, EVGA is not free of fault itself over these last couple of generations. The company, we think, is probably over-ordering during mining booms especially, and it gets burned when that demand dries up, and it evaporates in a heartbeat, as you all know. Literally days ago, maybe even 1 day ago, when this video went up, Ethereum went off of proof of work, and like that, there's GPU supply again for really cheap. And that hurts companies like EVGA who have new inventory they want to sell as they compete with things half the price on eBay, and a lot of them. So EVGA insists that it is solvent, that it has strong financial footing, and that it has liquidity that it has built up over the last year or so during this really high demand period where it's been able to sell everything it makes up until now. It also emphasized it has no debt and it owns its buildings, which is a great place to be in. But they got burned like this in the RTX 20 series as well. And this seems to be history repeating itself, where EVGA with the 20 series lost a lot of money, in 6 digits at least, for the 20 series towards the end of it. And it's like that again now, where there's oversupply of a previous generation leading to a trigger of losses on sales towards the end of the generation's lifespan. Probably over the span of the 30 series, it was in demand for so long, it sounds like they did well. It sounds like they're still okay. They've got liquidity, they have cash, but it's these last few months of the 30 series where whatever is left that they're selling at a loss, that's gonna start chewing away at the profit they've been trying to bank for years now. And depending on how much there is, it could be a bad situation to be in. So we kept asking questions and digging here. Now, while I can respect principled decisions, and I think you all know this because you've seen our content, you know how we'll take a stand on principle alone sometimes and torch ad contracts in a heartbeat. There is another point where different principles take priority over the original ones that you're acting on. In this case, what I'm talking about is EVGA's staff and its employees, where they might really should take priority when making a decision that will affect the jobs at the company. So we felt like there had to be more to this decision, and EVGA's CEO, he's in his early 60s now. Retirement might make sense. The first card he made came out about 22 years ago, and he was among the first people making NVIDIA board partner cards. So because this decision felt like it had holes in it, I'd switched to Andrew Han's native language to try and connect a little bit better for an answer. And the question was very simple. Just, Andrew, 你要不要退休？要退休吗? And he said, 不要退休. Not yet. Looking at the exterior of the building, you could see where there's another avenue here. And the whole flight out to EVGA, this question was burning in the back of my mind, which was, again, speaking in Mandarin with him, 你要卖你的公司吗? Which is just, do you want to sell? And his answer was very simple, very straightforward, no. At least he said he doesn't want to sell to the types of investors he thinks would take over. Han made it very clear that anyone who'd want to buy would be in it for the money, of course, because they're investors. And our interpretation of his side of this conversation was as if he'd rather die with the company than sell it to vultures who would tarnish the reputation EVGA had built and who would hurt the customers, which they have very clearly, at least for the US market, been dedicated to. In fact, he said as much when he said that they were built on community and they didn't want to sell to people who would take that away from the core of the company. So it's very respectable. But he also noted that there may be people within the ranks of EVGA who could eventually take over if it ever comes to retirement for the current CEO, and he would move into more of an advisory role at that point. Who knows? It could be that if that happens in some years, someone internally takes over and decides, I am willing to deal with the time it takes to deal with NVIDIA's bullshit, or AMD's or Intel's, they all do it, and I'm willing to put video cards back on the map for EVGA. Time will tell, we're not there yet. For now though, Andrew Han doesn't want to retire, although we eventually learned that there's another reason for the termination of this partnership with NVIDIA, and it's family. Andrew Han told us that he's been running the company for decades now. He wants to spend more time with his family at this point, and he feels that NVIDIA's lack of appreciation of his company's work is no longer worth the time that NVIDIA requires to participate in launching of its GPUs. So that, when we finally got to that answer, it made a lot more sense, because up until then, purely numerically, financially, potentially even ethically at some level for the other employees, it was difficult for us to understand the decision at the core. But with this information, it became clear that it's more of a personal decision. It's not just a personal principle or some kind of vendetta against NVIDIA. It's also a desire for time in life outside of the GPU industry. And EVGA has told us in the past that it feels NVIDIA is vindictive, and that's coming from the #1 partner. How this decision ripples through the rest of the partners remains to be seen. As for AMD and Intel, when we pressed for over an hour on the topic of whether EVGA would partner with AMD or Intel, we were met with a confusing answer. EVGA told us about how apparently NVIDIA has fought it over its overclocking products and high-end products and made it difficult for EVGA to be creative with what they want to make. They've also told us how they've been yelled at press functions for allowing the press, that's us, to film certain things because NVIDIA didn't fully control those things at the time. In spite of all these bad experiences, EVGA still has no plans to work with AMD or Intel. And the reasoning, again, was confusing and contradictory, probably ultimately because there was some personal decision-making fueling it. But one of the statements made was, quote, "Because of the partnership, at least I don't betray them," talking about NVIDIA. Obviously, everyone in the room, so it's me, Jay, and John Petty, looked at Andrew Han and said, "But it seems like you think they betrayed you, so who cares?" We made the point that Intel needs a strong and competent board partner right now, and that EVGA could add disproportionate value with its experience to Intel's endeavors. The response was, quote, "That's Intel's problem. Actually, GPU business is a good business. NVIDIA has a good product." So as of now, EVGA doesn't want to work with Intel. That could change if the has a good product. So as of now, EVGA doesn't want to work with Intel. That could change if the right people at Intel reach out to EVGA and can get through to them. But the longer EVGA stays out of the video card market, the more their relevance will fade. If they come back in 4 years and say, we're ready to go again, that value is not going to be the same as it is right now. Right now, AMD or Intel would kill to have EVGA working with them on products, and EVGA could demand better pricing and a higher margin because of their position. But that's going to go away if they don't move fast. So EVGA has some strong points here, kind of wrapping up things. You know, by all accounts from board partners, NVIDIA is on the overbearing side at times, and NVIDIA has kind of moved towards a closed ecosystem, but it's not there yet. We could see evidence maybe of NVIDIA wanting to do an Apple-like approach where it's the only provider of its GPUs. It sells them in Founders Editions. That's the only model. But they're lacking a lot of the localization, the logistics globally, the control of the supply chain to make that possible today. We spoke with someone from NVIDIA and basically asked for some flavor as to how does Jensen Huang and NVIDIA, how do they think and operate? This was the quote we got. Jensen likes well-integrated and fully controlled vertical solutions. He'll ask, why are these guys, the board partners, making money when they're not doing much? NVIDIA's problem is it doesn't control the supply chain like Apple does. They can lose money on a board where Apple won't. Apple is run by a supply chain guy with other supply chain staff living in Taiwan and China doing nothing but sourcing. This aligns with what EVGA CEO told us, which was that Jensen Huang, he feels, treats partners as if they have zero contribution and no cost with all the PCB, the heatsink design, the fan design, the tuning, overclock functionality and software. His feeling was that this is not appreciated by NVIDIA's CEO. So NVIDIA may eventually endeavor to make cards independently, but as of now, NVIDIA still needs and seems to want to work with board partners to do all of the hard stuff down the chain, like support, supply chain management, and all of that stuff. So We've tried to take as balanced a view as possible here. Hopefully it's coming through because this was not easy to write. It took about a week actually to really refine it. And it's easy to try and build on the conflict and on the hate for NVIDIA, but we also want to point out that EVGA controlled the distribution of this story from its perspective. And so that's why we tried to take it as neutrally as possible. We could see both sides a little bit. By and large, there's evidence to support that NVIDIA acts in a very controlling fashion with its partners. Probably NVIDIA's defense would be, yeah, but they'd screw it up, or do you see all the leaks that happen, or something like that. So certainly there's a defense. We do see a little more on the partner side for that aspect of things, though, where they deserve respect for cooling the GPUs that NVIDIA is making right now. That's not easy. That's a lot of work, and it's really expensive. It deserves respect. It's not like they're just doing nothing, adding no value and making money off of NVIDIA's hard work. It goes both ways. Both parties are putting in a lot of hard work. So anyway, EVGA's CEO, we spoke to him, and we do think they made some questionable purchasing decisions over the last 2 generations, so they're not fully clean of fault for perhaps some of the stress that they felt, and I think they recognize that. But the CEO said that he feels relief and as if sort of a weight has been lifted, and so we can respect the principled decisions there. The personal reasoning also makes sense. I worry about the staff a little bit. Most companies would appoint someone to head up growth elsewhere if the CEO doesn't wish to. You don't have to kick them out. It's a private company, but they would normally appoint someone. So EVGA now needs to prove itself. This either is the beginning of the end for the company and it's only going to get worse, or they will now be completely unbound from these apparently caustic ties that have been restraining their innovation for however long. So it's up to them to prove what happens next. And that is all for this report. Thank you for watching and for supporting our independent coverage and our efforts to fly around and get this stuff properly reported.
Been quicker to walk than take the loop. Yeah, that didn't work out so well. Now, there are a lot of naysayers out there who think that Musk just can't do things like, say, for instance, debunk the Tesla Semi. In fact, there are even some who would say that it would be impossible for him to debunk it. Well, let's see who's right, shall we? The truck was unveiled, of course, in 2017, which is currently about 5 years ago. With a promised delivery date of 2019.
And production begins 2019. So if you order now, get the truck in 2 years.
Which, of course, never happened. But Musk wanted to open his presentation in 2017 with a show-stopping, revolutionary thing. The one dream fix that was on every haulage operator's wish list. Is there a way I can make my truck accelerate fast enough to damage the cargo?
One thing we care about Tesla is we really care about performance. We want a vehicle that feels incredible, that accelerates like nothing else.
And he goes on and on about this.
Starting with performance. So we have an acronym we came up with that I think really describes the performance well.
Okay, fast forward to the delivery event where they maybe deliver a truck or two. And the amazing truck has 1/5 of the range of a diesel truck. And Musk decides to debunk this by showing us how many times this truck with amazing performance overtakes anything else. Yeah, compared to how many times it's burned off by other trucks.
Gonna give it a moment. I'm sorry to bore you. I apologize. It's boring. I know. Eventually it'll get there. All right.
Musk's calculation here for the 0 to 60 takes maybe...
This is the real-time acceleration of a Tesla Semi. That, on the left, the thing that looks like it's not moving is a diesel truck. Just gonna give it a moment.
And in the end, he concludes that it takes maybe another 30 seconds more for the diesel truck to accelerate. Hell, let's call it a whole minute out of a 6 or so hour journey. That's about 300 or so minutes. Congratulations, Elon. You've saved an entire 1/3% of the travel time. And there were those who said it was impossible to debunk the Tesla Semi. But Musk has done proud for us. And if you're sat out there thinking, yeah, but no one could have been stupid enough to think that a truck that accelerates really quickly was a really good selling point, I think you're overlooking the existence of Musk fans.
With 3 motors, it can accelerate to 60 miles per hour in just 20 seconds, all while towing 80,000 pounds. That's 3 times quicker than a normal semi. It'll bring the cost of shipping down for everyone. And those reasons are why the recently delivered Tesla Semi is a game changer for the shipping industry.
And I want to be clear, Musk is talking here about a 1/3% increase, improvement in the journey time.
This is real time. Okay. The Tesla Semi will go 0 to 60 in 5 seconds. Go 0 to 60 in 5 seconds.
But at what cost? Remember, the truck was going to run on sunlight.
And that means we can guarantee the electricity rates because these will be solar-powered mega chargers that charge to a Tesla power pack. It's 24/7, guaranteed low electricity. And it's assuming $250 gasoline price. We're guaranteeing a 7-cent kilowatt wholesale price. I want to be clear about that. This is real. These are real numbers.
For 7 cents per mile, guaranteed. And he needed that number to show that their truck could beat rail.
What this means is it's not just economic suicide to use one diesel truck. It's economic suicide for rail. This beats rail.
Sorry, what was that, Elon? You want to debunk the Tesla Semi again? By telling us how much do you currently charge for supercharging? Oh, 50 cents. And that's for the Tesla superchargers. And it's likely going to be much more expensive for the trucks because the superchargers are relatively small and cheap. The mega charger for the truck basically requires its own power substation merely to charge one truck.
But we realize that the economics of trucking matter tremendously. If your cost per mile is too high, it doesn't make economic sense. You can't make it work.
Yeah, we in the business, Elon, call that foreshadowing.
All of the factors, the fully accounted for true cost of trucking, a diesel truck will be 20% more expensive than a Tesla Semi per mile. So.
And all he needed for that was $2.50 per gallon gas and 7 cents for a kilowatt hour of electricity. And the electricity costs, according to Musk, have gone up by a factor of about 7. But hang on, wait, I'm confused. Musk was telling me that the trucks were going to run off sunlight.
And that means we can guarantee the electricity rates because these will be solar-powered mega chargers.
Did the price of sunlight suddenly get more expensive? Oh, that's right. About half of California's electricity generation is from burning fossil fuels. And of course, on the occasions when the Tesla infrastructure simply can't hack it, they have to start running diesel generators to make up the shortfall. Okay, that was a nice debunking, Musk, but I've got to be fair. I've got to rein it in a bit here because it's also true that gas prices have gone up a lot in the 5 or so years since the Unveil event. So gas prices are now almost twice what they were when Musk gave this talk. So let's assume his price per mile is mostly the gas cost, so we'll roughly double that. Meanwhile, his electricity costs for his truck have gone up by a factor of about 7. So let's modify this chart a little, shall we, Elon?
But we realize that the economics of trucking matter tremendously. If your cost per mile is too high, it doesn't make economic sense. You can't make it work. Having a Tesla Semi will beat a diesel truck on economics, day one. And this is a worst case scenario. So it gets better than this. This is the worst case scenario comparison. This is taking max vehicle gross. It's going at 60 miles an hour, and it's assuming $250 gasoline price. We're guaranteeing a 7-cent kilowatt wholesale price.
But Musk making such a song and dance about how the mega chargers would be solar.
And because these mega chargers are solar powered, your truck is running on sunlight. Okay.
Well, that was 5 years ago, and you'll be shocked to find out that there's actually no evidence of these mega chargers at all, let alone solar powered ones, and you don't have to look at the numbers long or hard to work out why. But we can come back to that one later. But maybe there was a reason why the truck was so delayed. I mean, what were they? Pandemic and all. And boy, did the genius at inventing worse copies of things that already exist have some hot takes on that. So back on the 6th of March 2020, coronavirus panic is dumb. And this was when only about 3,000 or so people had died in China and a few hundred in Italy. And 3 weeks later, when it was largely idiot-proof to see where this was going, he was tweeting, based on current trends, probably close to 0 new cases in US by the end of April. Oddly, at almost exactly the same time that he was saying that, I was making videos saying that you could expect about 3 million dead in America if you did nothing. You know, that would just be the simple worst case scenario. In the end, it wasn't quite the worst case scenario. It was only about a million dead. And those are probably lowball numbers, in that if you take a look at the excess deaths in countries, it's typically about 30% higher than the recorded deaths. And sure, this was with mitigation, and you can haggle about whether it was worth it or not, you know, in that it mostly killed bold people. But even if you're happy with that as a trade-off, the viruses have been with organic life for billions of years. And they didn't do that by standing still.
They have the ability to adapt, Commander.
1 million or so dead is more than all of the US war dead for the last 100 years, and that's including 2 world wars. And if you know a thing or two about viruses, you'll know that I was probably still dodging a bullet. This could have been much worse. Meanwhile, redneck yokels like Musk are all like, sure, the career scientist who served under every president since Ronald Reagan was just playing the long game to see if he could trick idiots into wearing mouth coverings. But Musk's smart. Musk see through Fauci tricks. Yeah. Well, I suppose at least it generated a few cheap laughs on Twitter. But the one thing that you can say for certain is there was only a small window of opportunity for shutting down the new kid on the block. And only a small window of opportunity for shutting down the new kid on the block. And Musk was utterly oblivious to the danger and made some of the most spectacularly wrong predictions ever. And now he's having swipes at the guy who, relative to Musk, was hitting bullseyes. But now Musk is the owner of Twitter and is maybe learning the importance of early action in shutting down viral activity. Because apparently they tried to ban the going viral video of Elon Musk getting booed on stage with Dave Chappelle.
Weren't expecting this, were you?
Those of you booing.
You know, he was trying to ban it because he just cares that much about the truth.
But the truth matters to me a lot. Like really, like, sort of pathologically, it matters to me.
Yeah, what happens when you leave the echo chamber, Elon? And Musk followed up his swipe at Fauci with, truth resonates. It sure does, Elon. It sure does. In fact, the best news source on the internet has now reliably reported that the truth resonated so hard with Elon that he had to get one of his brain chips installed simply such that his shattered ego could cope with the aftermath of the booing. Meanwhile, Musk forced the opening of his Tesla plant, causing an outbreak there, After all, why should employee safety get in the way of the richest man on the planet buying himself another ivory back scratcher? But I've been watching the Statins worship Elon Musk and failing upwards Theranos style for years now.
Make some noise for the richest man in the world.
What was that? Richest man in the world? Regret to inform, sir, not anymore. In fact, at his current rate of wealth loss in just over a year, he'll be the poorest man on Earth.
Can I get a hell yeah?
Oh, but there's more. You remember how Elon Musk originally said just as his money would be the first into Tesla, his would be the last out? Then forgot about his commitment to the shareholders, and then sold off Tesla stock after Tesla stock after Tesla stock, leading to him to be prompted to try and reassure people earlier this year that he'd finished selling Tesla stock, then proceeded to sell another 5 or so billion of Tesla stock, crashing the price still further. And now with the Tesla stock having lost over 60% of its value this year, he's just sold off another $4 billion of Tesla stock. Yeah, when your stocks have lost over 60% of their value and you're still saying, yeah, it's a good time to sell.
I do believe I
Do that first.
And having apparently just bold-faced lied to his stockholders from day one, apparently now in 2022, he has signed under oath that I never lied to shareholders. I would never lie to shareholders. How's that word again? Perjury? But since he bought Twitter, it's been glorious. Whereas people before were like, yeah, what he's doing seems stupid, but this is because he functions on such a different level to you. You just can't think at his level.
But if you've been under a couple rocks and you don't know why, this video will explain it to you.
Elon Musk multitasks better than you. Very few people have influenced more global industries all at once. And as the ambassador of future tech behind some of the world's coolest toys, this young billionaire's passing resemblance to Tony Stark is not a coincidence.
But after the fiasco of buying Twitter, everyone can see it now. There never was any 4D chess. It was just bullshit. The guy who was supposedly the CEO of a half a dozen or so companies managed to faceplant hard, making it clear that he was responsible for all the stupid stuff going on at Twitter. And this was with him seemingly 100% at Twitter. I mean, really, if he's working 16-hour days.
I mean, I'm really working at the absolute most amount that I can work from morning till night, 7 days a week.
And you're tweeting 80 times a day. That means you're tweeting every 20 minutes for the entire day. He's doing nothing but sitting on Twitter all day, which is working out so well for him. But with Twitter now not paying rent on any of its worldwide offices, or severance packages, or so on. And if that's what his full-time attention looks like at Twitter, kind of leads to the obvious conclusion. He never did much for the other companies either. He was never the agent of success. He was just good at larping at it and taking credit for other people's stuff. But paying 4 times over the odds for Twitter. And then before he bought Twitter, he was like, yeah, no, all that shadow banning and algorithmic demotion, that's evil. We would never do anything like that.
So there's no sort of behind the scenes manipulation, either algorithmically or manually.
And then proceeding to reinvent shadow banning within a month or so of buying Twitter.
The net effect will be over time that the verified users will pretty much always be at the top of comments and search. You have to scroll far to see the unverified users.
Congratulations, Elon! You've reinvented shadow banning. Why, I should be surprised, I'm not entirely sure. The man who has done nothing other than reinvent worse copies of things that already exist.
At 12, he built a video game he called Blaster, which started as...
You sure?
I paid for it.
Are you sure?
Paid for it, yes.
Why are you doing that?
We're human and we have to be nice to each other.
Very
Never
good.
know when I might see you on the road and you might be of help to me.
I'm Zachary, by the way. Nice
I'm
to meet
Sonia.
you. Are you sure?
Yes, I would pay for it. Don't worry about it. I'm very sure. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't do it. We have to be kind to each other. It's okay.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice meeting you, young man. And you do something nice to somebody every day. Pay it forward, it's called.
Can I pay it forward right now?
Next person you see, you pay it forward to somebody.
I actually had my wallet right here.
Oh.
At $1,000.
Oh my God. This guy is something else. Okay.
For you.
No.
Yeah, I'll pay it forward back to you.
What?
Yeah. I love you.
I love you too.
What's your message to the world?
We were brought up to be kind, not to be hateful. My mother always said we have one blood, and there's no black and white blood.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Lifelong love of inventing things that already exist. And then cancelling that plan after a week or so, after wiping billions of dollars off the stock value of other companies due to impersonation, or the latest in the long list of Twitter drama, where he exposed the evil shadow banning under the last Twitter management, and he was going to open up the doors and let in some fresh air until someone at Twitter leaked that they were shadow banning the guy who was tweeting the flight of Elon Musk's private jet. You know, all the embarrassing stuff like how the guy who wants to transform the world to electricity.
Consider what's the mission of the company. The mission of the company is to accelerate sustainable energy, and so it's super consistent with that goal.
Was taking a flight from one side of San Francisco to the other. But no, shadow banning under the last dictator was evil. Under me, it's perfectly fine. And anyone who leaks against the glorious leader will be sued. Specifically, as evidenced by many detailed leaks of confidential Twitter information. Yeah, leaks of confidential Twitter information. Lead by example, Elon. Lead by example. A few people at our company continue to act in a manner contradictory to the company's interests and in violation of their non-disclosure agreements. Non-disclosure agreements? That's odd. I thought sunlight was the best disinfectant here. I can't quite remember where I heard that, Elon. This will be said once if you clearly and deliberately violate the non-disclosure agreement that you signed when you joined. You accept liability to the full extent of the law, and Twitter will immediately seek damages. Because, you know, that's how free speech absolutism rolls.
This is not about the economics. It's for the moral good that you think it will achieve. You've described yourself, Elon, as a free speech absolutist.
Because this moves at such a pace, I was about to put this video up and Musk goes off again. This time claiming that the guy who was saying where his jet was live doxing his position and that it's a physical safety violation. Yeah, it's a little drama queenie saying that, you know, someone knowing where your jet's flying to is live doxing your position. And he also said that anyone who even reported on this sort of thing was also guilty of the same thing and would be banned.
New York Times, who were banned, were you know, they were reporting on it in the course of sort of pretty normal journalistic endeavors. You consider that like a tricky attempt at ban evasion?
You show the link to the real-time information, ban evasion, obviously.
Drew, I don't think you were posting the real-time information, right?
I mean, well, you're suggesting that we're sharing your address, which is not true, and you're suggesting that we're posting. We never. I never posted your address.
You posted a link to the address.
We posted a link. In the course of reporting about Elon Jet, we posted links to Elon Jet, which are now not online and now banned on Twitter. And Twitter also, of course, marks even the Instagram and Mastodon accounts of Elon Jet as harmful.
Which was the after-the-fact justification for Mr. Free Speech Absolutism to ban multiple journalists from Twitter. He went on to claim that tweeting where his jet was not just a threat to his life, but the life of his kid. And that's why Mr. Free Speech Absolutism was taking legal action against the guy tweeting the position of his jet, even though he had already banned him. Now, apparently now, just posting where his jet was supporting harm against Elon's family, and that's why he was suing the guy. Yeah, if this seems a bit of reaching, he reached even further, posting a video of someone who he claimed was stalking his kid. And if you're thinking this sounds kind of contrived drama queen stuff, you might be right. Because if you really did believe there was a threat to your family here, you would report it to the police, right? Not for Elon Musk. Apparently, the threat to his family was so great that he never bothered reporting it to the police, and instead just posted it on Twitter. And if you're wondering what happened there at that group call with all those journalists, well, the second Musk got a little bit of pushback, he just rage quit.
I think what everyone's wondering is it's highly unusual for journalists at the Washington Post and the New York Times to have their Twitter accounts suspended. And it just so happens that it's, the boss in charge, so that it's, the boss in charge, suspended. And it just so happens that it's, the boss in charge, and it just so happens that it's, the boss in charge, so, what's the deal there? Oh, I think Elon has left.
And the next day, after the European Union said that they weren't just going to let Twitter randomly ban journalists, and that there were red lines and sanctions soon, and that free speech was not a toy. After that, Musk suddenly randomly reversed the ban on a load of these journalists. Chaotic doesn't quite touch it, which might go some way to explaining why the third largest stockholder of Tesla called for Elon Musk to step down as CEO. And it might also be why Tesla's approval rating is sinking into negative territory. But let's see, getting back to the selling point of the truck. They were very keen to show that the truck would breeze up a steep gradient road.
So that truck's clocking it at 82. That's weighing 82,000 pounds. And when you see that pass shot again, you'll notice that speedometer is climbing. We're going 6% and accelerating up that grade.
And as someone who's driven across the United States several times, coast to coast, I can tell you the number of freeways with steep grades on them are few and far between. And for those that are on the steep grades, it's only like 10 or so miles, 20 kilometers, that sort of thing. Road makers tend to like flat, straight roads. But hey, we don't need to speculate. We can have Elon Musk bust this one too.
So we talk power, you want to talk efficiency?
So with his amazing 500-mile journey, there's the steep segment, let's call it 5% of the entire journey. Now, Musk originally reckoned that the best diesel trucks could only do 45 miles per hour up such a gradient, while the Tesla Semi would do 65.
The best diesel trucks can only do 45 miles an hour up a 5% grade. Tesla Semi can do 65 miles an hour up a 5% grade.
Which for Elon is 50%.
What this means is that if you're pulling a load over the Rockies or some mountainous terrain up a hill.
Yeah, let me just briefly stop you there. As someone who has driven over the Rockies multiple times, the number of freeway stretches that have 5% grades are still few and far between.
You're earning per mile. You're earning 50% more per mile than you are in a diesel truck. That's a gigantic difference.
But whatever, a third and a half, not so different. So let's give him 50% on the 5% of the journey that's on a steep gradient. So it's going to save an entire 2.5% off the journey time.
That's a gigantic difference.
And add it to the 1/3% he saved from his super acceleration. He saved maybe 3% off the journey time. Yeah, shame about the costs. But it won't really matter anyway, because you'll only be able to do that for the first month or so because of battery degradation. See, the two worst things that you can do to a battery are almost fully discharge it, and or rapidly charge it.
High-power charger, so we developed a megawatt class charger as it's capable of charging at a megawatt to DC.
So let's take this study that showed if you're 100% discharge a battery, your lifetime till you get to 80% capacity left in your battery is about 200 to 300 cycles. The Tesla Semi, just doing day trips, will reach that within about 1 year. I mean, currently the Tesla Semi does its 500-mile journey with a few percent to spare. And after a year or so, its range is only going to be about 400 miles. So it looks like they're just going to need another Tesla Semi to go out and tow the other one in. In fact, they're going to have to start towing the Tesla Semi after about a month. But hey, that's the experience you get for a truck that is guaranteed to go 1,000,000 miles without breaking down.
And that's why we are guaranteeing that this truck will not break down for 1,000,000 miles.
Yeah, there you go. It's a Tesla truck with the service battery coming up to it. Tesla service truck. Big Rick Wrecker.
Meanwhile, Tesla fans be like,
focus on the outrageous specifications that Tesla has laid out. However, the specs have never been a problem, and when Tesla delivers, the skeptics will be left dumbfounded.
And of course, it's assuming that the truck makes the 500-mile journey only once per day.
Yeah, exactly. So to be clear, like these semi-trucks are running 24/7 between Tesla using the trucks continuously day and night between here and Fremont and back again.
If they have team drivers going backwards and forwards, you can shorten the battery life to about 6 months after about 100 or so thousand miles. And that's before you factor in the augmented battery degradation from supercharging. Let's compare that to a diesel truck, shall we? Oh, they do about 1,000,000 miles before their engines pack in. Well, no problem, you just pop in some more batteries and you're done. Right? Well, the Semi's battery was meant to run for about 500 miles at about 2 kilowatt hours per mile.
2 kilowatt hours a mile.
Yep.
So it's going to be about a megawatt hour battery. That's about the equivalent of 10 Model X battery packs, costing some $130,000, $140,000, that sort of thing, which needs to be replaced every 6 or so months. Well, unless you're happy with towing your trucks in for the last 100 miles or so. In fact, now might be a good time to take a look at how much trucks actually cost. So with diesel trucks, you have to haul around a big engine which turns the gas into power, and that weighs a ton or so. With electric trucks, the engines tend to be much smaller, but you need a big battery. So in terms of cost, bottom of the range truck, like the Tesla Semi, just a day cab, nothing special, will cost some $40,000, $50,000, with the engine costing some $10,000 to $15,000, that sort of thing. So that's a quarter of the cost of the truck, truck costing some $50,000 or so dollars. The Tesla Semi's battery alone costs $130,000. The battery alone costs 3 times as much as a regular diesel truck, with a 500-mile lifetime of months. And the diesel truck will go 1,000,000 or so miles with a range of 2,000 every time you fill it up. Meanwhile, the Tesla Semi, with its duty cycle designed to destroy the battery, is going to do about 1/10 of that. Now, to be fair, some of my thoughts and analysis on Musk's haulage numbers were maybe a little harsh. But let's be real. Compared to Musk's numbers, which are a complete cloud cuckoo land, the one thing you'd be absolutely certain of, if he's dodging giving the numbers of how much cargo the truck can actually haul, you know that it's not good. I mean, when you get your regular Semi, it's basically covered the flatbed with concrete, versus the Tesla Semi here, not so much. Well, you get the fans gushing over this amazing Tesla Semi, hauling Teslas, pulling an entire 4 Teslas, versus a diesel, which, that seems to be a little more than 4. That's 2, 3, 4, 6, 9. Looks like 9 to me. Now, those of you critically minded out there might point out that, yes, but electric cars typically weigh a lot more than gas cars. And you're right, it's basically the difference is the weight of the battery, which for the Tesla Semi is about 5 or so tons. The weight of about 2, 3, 4 cars. Yes, I know, when you've got a full load out of cars, the one thing you really want out of your truck is ludicrous acceleration.
We want a vehicle that feels incredible, that accelerates like nothing else.
Because with $1 million of cargo, you really want to test to destruction how well those cars are tied down. If you want to really capitalize on that 1/3% saving that Musk was so proud about. But the point about electric cars typically weighing more than their diesel counterparts, typically by about the weight of the battery, is basically the difference that you see here.
The mass of the electric vehicle increases by an amount that is slightly more than the weight of the battery. This happens everywhere, every time they do it. The Platinum S Supercab, 2.246 metric tons, that's what it weighs. This is the combustion one, okay? The Lightning version of the same thing, 3.116 tons. The difference, 870 kilos more. And the battery, well, it weighs 818 kilos. A Hyundai Kona combustion, and you turn it into electric, the 64 kilowatt hour one, it goes up by about 390 kilos. The weight has increased by slightly more than the weight of the battery. And this happens everywhere.
Yep, a battery that weighs as much as a few cars. It's going to be entertaining when one of those catches fire. And just a little bit expensive. In fact, this also dropped whilst I was making this video from Reuters. Apparently, PepsiCo says the truck can only go 500 miles while carrying essentially no weight. Sorry, crisps and that sort of thing. And while it's loaded with heavy stuff like soda, it'll only run 100 or so miles. It also came out that the weight of the Tesla Semi was a closely guarded secret. Odd thing to do, and it's one of the most important metrics of the actual truck. Yeah, it's almost like they're kind of trying to hide something. It also came out that apparently there are no mega chargers. People who buy the trucks basically have to make them themselves.
I want to be clear, this is from day one. So from day one, having a Tesla Semi will beat a diesel truck on economics. Day one. And this is a worst case scenario. So it gets better than this. This is the worst case scenario comparison price. We're guaranteeing a 7-cent kilowatt wholesale price. I want to be clear about that. This is real. These are real numbers, and it only gets better than this. This is a worst case scenario.
And like I was saying, each one basically requires its own substation to charge. And if you want to do it from solar, forget about it. I mean, you basically need some vast solar array and a huge battery storage system for when the sun don't shine. I mean, let's look at some basic, sensible minimum requirements for solar charging, shall we? I mean, you're going to need a battery roughly as big as the truck battery at some point, you know, because you need to be able to charge it if there's a cloudy day with not much solar power. So on top of the truck, which is going to cost, say, $200,000, you're going to need a spare battery, which is about another $150,000 before you get onto the cost of the solar array. And it has to be able to charge in winter as well. And even down in California, you only get about half of the solar energy in winter. So to charge merely one truck, you need a solar array that can pull in a megawatt hour of sunlight during the course of a day, maybe in winter. It needs about a megawatt hour over, let's say, 10 hours. You're basically going to need a 100 kilowatt installation. At roughly $3 to $5 per watt installed, you're looking at somewhere between $1/3 and $500,000 for the solar installation merely to charge one truck in one place for one day. Not only that, the installations would be ludicrously big, roughly being as large as about 100 house rooftop installations. I mean, now just imagine what the land rights for an installation that size would cost. And unless you've got the land rights to build huge solar arrays actually at the depot where Musk says it's going to be charging,
well, the tank gets filled. As compared to charging a Tesla truck, you can charge at your origin or destination. So while you're unloading your cargo, you can charge.
Well, it looks like Musk's original claims are bullshit once again. Like, yeah, who could have seen that coming? And for reasons like this, it's small wonder that Tesla haven't built any of these themselves.
And because these mega chargers are solar powered, your truck is running on sunlight. Okay.
So in summary, with the Tesla Semi, Elon Musk has invented a more expensive, harder to use, less durable, less versatile version of something that already exists. And unless Tesla decide to do something completely crazy, like share basic numbers about how much the truck weighs or how much it actually costs, I think we can happily say from our back-of-the-envelope calculations that the Tesla Semi is about as well thought out and executed as Musk's takeover of Twitter. And that's today's video. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up, because this one's just been an ongoing train wreck. And as ever, if you really like the work of this channel and want to support it directly, because I'm not touching any of that commercial sponsorship crap with a 10-foot barge pole, which deep down I love. And deep down I'm sure you appreciate it as well, not having to sit through some crap about some raid, shadow, leagues or something.
Hello, what's up?
Had to come by and wish my boss a happy birthday.
Shut up, kill yourself, actually. Oh, your boss. Does that mean you're streaming now? You finally decided to do it. Good job, I'm proud of you.
No, I'm still thinking about it.
It's okay. Just pull the trigger. Everybody knows you're going to. It's all good. You can't resist that fucking clout sharking shit that you know you want to do. You know, it happens.
Me? Attention seeking? No, never. From day one, people have thought I was either President Sunday
Spy. Yep.
sleeper agent.
You are, yep.
Okay, and then people also compared me to, like, oh, she's gonna go the route of, like, Vasher Hassan.
True, yeah. Both are all
Is
all
this-
still possible, yeah.
Is this your birthday wish, that I start streaming so you can have, like, more drama later in the future when I inevitably backstab you or something?
Yep.
That's a good one. So, what's been your best birthday ever, aside from this one, obviously?
I really don't know. I'm not a big, like, holiday person. I just want my factory to work, okay? I'm getting backed up on this shit again. How?
Have you just never been that way, or, like, nobody has ever thrown you, like, a proper birthday bash for the
I just
birthday
don't
boy?
like, it's just too, like, I don't know. It's, like, too much attention on me. I just like to...
I really do think, like, the worst experience is being sung happy birthday. I fucking hate it, personally. Like, everybody's just staring at you, like, singing that demonic song. It's not fun.
Real. Yeah, absolutely right.
Didn't you literally say in the DM to sing happy birthday to him? That's what I thought we were about to do. But okay, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Just saying.
No, I said I wanted Sejin to sing it to him, but only say the word birthday.
Oh.
So just,
gotcha.
you know.
Gotcha. All right.
So
well,
it's...
You all have a lovely night. Happy birthday, bud.
Thanks. Have fun.
Ruminate, you're not even gonna sing it?
No.
Come on.
No, because he'll throat punch me the
I
next
will.
time he
I
sees
will.
me, and
I will.
I'd rather not go through that.
That is what Neo did to Agent Smith. He did do that.
Oh, that's true. You know, I watched Matrix Revolutions when I was
Wait,
dying
before you go.
Okay. Do I seriously still not have enough of these? How many of these do you need to power one blue science facility? It just seems impossible.
But how...
We're starving now.
No, he's back. It's fucking wicked. He'll do anything to avoid the birthday song, apparently.
Based.
The reason why that experience is uncomfortable, though, is because...
This week's video is all tutorial. There's going to be no messing about. So don't expect any jokes where I suddenly slap Jeff Bezos for no reason. Why not? I assume you guys already know what Home Assistant is, so this, without further ado, is how to start with Home Assistant entirely from scratch. Home Assistant can be installed on PCs, NAS storage drives, and a whole host of different devices. But I've chosen the Raspberry Pi because of its small form factor and its ability to save your electricity bill. In conjunction with the Raspberry Pi 4, I'm also installing Home Assistant on an SSD rather than an SD card. This is because Home Assistant burns through SD cards like Johnny Depp's lawyer burns through Amber Heard's defense.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Objection, Your Honor. Objection, leading. Objection, 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 objection,
An SD card. I'm also installing Home Assistant on an SSD rather than an SD card. This is because Home Assistant burns through SD cards like Johnny Depp's lawyer burns through Amber Heard's defense.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Objection, Your Honor. Objection, leading. Objection, 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 objection.
I could house my Raspberry Pi in this dreadfully ugly case and just connect this SSD to USB converter to it, but that would be terribly, terribly ugly, and I've got taste. So I'm going to show you how to construct a very pretty case as part of this too, and if you want to control Zigbee devices, you'll need a Conbee stick or something similar to be able to send and receive Zigbee signals to and from the Raspberry Pi. The only other two things you need for this project are an SSD to USB adapter so that we can install Home Assistant onto the SSD, and an SD card and SD card reader, and you'll see why we need those shortly. The NES Pi case itself comes with two thermal adhesive smut! Connect your SSD drive to any USB port on your computer using the SSD adapter and install Raspberry Pi Manager on your PC from https://downloads.raspberrypi.org/imager_latest.exe. Navigates to Operating System, Other Specific Purpose OS, Home Assistant and Home Automation, Home Assistant, and choose the relevant Pi. If you're using my case and my Pi, then it's a Raspberry Pi 4. Choose Storage and select your SSD, and then click Write. Once Home Assistant is written to the SSD drive, you can screw it into the Nintendo cartridge, and then pop the Nintendo cartridge into the case. Unsubscribe! And now, a word from our sponsor, Skillshare! Skillshare offers thousands of inspiring classes for creative and popular basic feature. Is we're going to tell the Raspberry Pi from now on, boot from the USB port. In order to do this, put your SD card into your PC, and using Raspberry Pi Imager again, navigate to Operating System, Miscellaneous Utility Images, Bootloader, USB boot. Choose Storage and select your SD card. Once it's written to the card, simply plug the SD card into the Raspberry Pi, and then turn it on. As if it's not turned on enough. This channel is nothing but sex noises and people getting slapped! The Raspberry Pi now will boot from its SSD drive, so turn it off, plug in the Conbee stick if you're going for that option, and then turn it back on again. Now that you've turned it on, you'll have to wait about 5 minutes probably before visiting the following address. Navigate to http://homeassistant:8123 from your PC. This won't take you to a website on the internet, it takes you to a website on the Raspberry Pi itself to allow you to configure Home Assistant. When you visit that page, you'll probably find Home Assistant is still going through its first ever boot up sequence. You get to play with some star constellations while you wait. Fun.
One eternity later.
Once it's finished installing, it will ask you to create yourself a username and password. It's imperative that you keep this somewhere safe because it's the only way you'll be able to get onto Home Assistant. As part of this wizard, Home Assistant will discover all of the devices you already have on your network. And this is your opportunity to tell Home Assistant whereabouts in your house those things are and to create rooms. And when you're finished, you'll be presented with a dashboard that looks a little bit something like this. If your plan was simply to get disparate home automation systems all on dashboard that you have on your assistant. As part of this wizard, opportunity to discover all of the devices you already have on your network. And this is your opportunity to tell Home. If your plan was simply to get disparate home automation systems all under one roof, then you've already done it. That's it, complete. You can now use this dashboard to turn all of your devices on and off. Your Conbi stick will have been added as part of the setup process you've just followed. So in order to add Zigbee devices to your Conbi stick, all you've got to do is go to Settings, Devices and Services, Add Integration, and click on Add Zigbee Device. If your Zigbee device is in pairing mode, it should be automatically discovered and added to your dashboard. You can add your phone to Home Assistant simply by downloading the app and then logging into the app with the same Home Assistant details you've just created. You'll want to give the Home Assistant app location permissions so that Home Assistant can figure out when your phone has left the house. You'll also want to name your phone something appropriate so that you can find it in Home Assistant's control panel when you want to create geofencing rules. You'll want to create an account for your wife and repeat these steps using her mobile phone too. That's if you've got a wife, which, let's face it, you're into Home Assistant now. You don't have a wife anymore. You're a virgin again.
I will take a shovel to your head! Isn't that right, wife? Yes!
You can create a second account for your wife's phone to log into by simply going to Settings, People, Add Person, and filling in her details. The overview section of Home Assistant is your dashboard, and you'll probably find it's full of things you don't want, and things that are named in a way you don't recognize. My Tado thermostatic radiator valve, for example, has populated loads of stuff in the dashboard that I'm not interested in, and the correct way to resolve this is to click each entity one at a time, choose the settings icon, choose advanced settings, and then hide it. My Shelly bulbs have also got some weird, nerdy dork name, so I'm going to open them up in the same way and rename them appropriately. You can see some of my entities could be literally anything. If you can't tell what something is, then simply click on it, go to Settings, and click Related, and you should be able to figure out which integration it came from. Correcting your dashboard like this would take forever, and you wouldn't actually be able to reorder the individual rooms, so you have to take full control of the Home Assistant dashboard yourself. In order to do this, click on the three dots in the top right corner, click Edit Dashboard, and then select Take Control. You can now delete cards entirely, such as this test room that I don't want to see, and it just deletes it from the dashboard. The devices themselves still exist in Home Assistant and could be added back into the dashboard if you wanted later. You can also manually edit each card by clicking the Edit button at the bottom, and on the right is a preview of what the card will look like if you save your edits, and on the left is the editor itself. The big cross will remove the item from your dashboard, and the Edit button will allow you to rename the item. Home Assistant at this point has no cloud connection, and this gives us two problems. The first one is, I can't control it with She That Should Not Be Named. The second problem, and it's probably a little bit worse, is I can't actually leave my house with my mobile phone and still control my devices because I have left my personal network. There are ways in which you can resolve this for free, but it involves a metric butt ton of effort.
It is perfectly simple. All you have to do is create an Amazon AWS account, an Amazon developer account, create your very own Amazon skill, create a Home Assistant access token in Home Assistant, create a NetPort firewall rule to convert port 443 to port 8173, and then enable your Alexa skill.
It's doable, and my mate Lewis will walk you through it if you want. I'll link you in the description to Lewis's tutorial. I personally don't like subscriptions, but this is one that I am paying for. One, to support the Home Assistant community and keep their servers running, and two, I'm very, very lazy. Bitches. To do this not for free, go to Settings, Home Assistant Cloud, and click Start Your Free Month Trial. Create an account with your email address and log in. you'll be presented with Home Assistant's cloud service webpage. Now go back to Home Assistant and log in with those same details to tie your instance of Home Assistant to your Nabu Casa account. You'll see the cloud connection status connect, but you won't be able to access Home Assistant using your remote URL straight away. Give it a few minutes.
A few minutes later.
Now that we have our external URL, we need to be able to tell our mobile phone what that URL is, so that when we leave the house, the mobile phone will use your external URL to get into Home Assistant. To do this, go to Settings, Home Assistant Cloud, open up the external URL and copy it to your clipboard. Now go back to Settings, scroll down to the companion app, and replace the default URL with the external Nabu Casa URL instead. Bob's your uncle. For Alexa support, simply scroll down to the Alexa section and click Manage Entities. And in here, simply tell it which of your entities you do or do not want a scene that I made when I got dumped for some bloke called Richard. Richard! True story. I'm talking, of course, about scenes in Home Assistant, where you can get more than one light bulb to do a thing, whether that be turning on, turning off, or changing color. To create a scene, simply go to Settings, Automations and Scenes, click the Scenes tab, and then click Add Scene. I recommend naming your scenes with the same format. I use room-description so that my scenes are all properly laid out. Choose the icon and then the area, and then start adding your devices. Once you've added the devices, you just need to set their states as required, and in my case, they're on and pink. Then you save the scene. My new scene is an entity, and that means that I can add it to my dashboard by editing the gym card and just searching for that entity. I can also add the scene to Alexa like we did in the last section of this video, simply by clicking on it and telling it to advertise to Alexa. I'm going to show you how to use the built-in automations for Home Assistant. This will of course make very many people go, "No! There's no red! There's no red! Bro! Why did you get red? No red sucks. I hate no red. I hate no red, it's fine. But I don't think the actual built-in automations are as hard to use as people make out, and I think it's a much better starting point. Go to Settings, Automations and Scenes, and click Create Automation. Select Start with an empty automation, and it really is just a case of naming the automation, which again I recommend a proper naming scheme, and then choosing a trigger. In my case, the device gym motion sensor starts detecting motion is my trigger. I'm then going to add a condition, which is that the rule should only run if the sun has gone down, and then an action, which is to set the set. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to down, create a second scene, which will turn all of the gym lights at the second scene. Gym command across my network to turn on my NVIDIA Shield, and then start a Spotify playlist playing to make it seem sexy in a room. And finally, back to PayPal, and either way, it lets YouTube's algorithm everything I used in today's tutorial, so Raspberry Pis, SSDs, the works. In the meantime, I hope you've enjoyed today's video, and if you have, please give it a thumbs up. That will tell YouTube's algorithms it was a good video, and more people should see it. If you want to see some more of
in person, you can't even handle people singing it to you over the phone. Like, chill. Act your age, okay? I thought you were turning 34.
True.
In Korean, well, up until like a few days ago, because they changed it, you'd actually be turning like 35, because the like Korean age is like whatever you are plus 1 year, because they count like your first birthday as like you're turning like a year old or something, or like the day you're born, you're already a year old there.
Wow.
I don't think that's
You're
true.
wrong about this. But
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
It's a little bit
Or it is true.
off of the year, because I think it's from when you conceive. That's what
Yeah, I was about to say they're really
never-
Catholic over there, so like they're. I would fucking know, okay? I know more about South Korea than I think the average American does. I even speak a little bit of it because I'm supposed to go teach English over there at some point. But they've recently changed that, so now some people in Korea are literally going to be like a year or two younger.
I also wanted to come here to say,
it is not strange to be a person, even an adult person, who thinks that Balenciaga might be running like a child sex ring.
It's not, or it is?
I think it's not, and I think very reasonable people
Yeah, do they? Tell me what reasonable
would
people
really
think about
believe this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. You know what, dude? It's a wacky world out there. I'm sure people can
Just
believe a whole
saying,
bunch of shit.
Epstein and Jessa, what the fuck ever her name is.
Giselle.
Maxwell.
Maxwell, yeah.
Ghislaine.
Oh.
All right.
So here's some behind the scenes. I'll give you guys the deets, okay, about Fresh and Fit. So I get home and I look at Nick, and he was like, "You did amazing, but I have 2 critiques." And I was like, "Oh shoot, okay. What?" And he's like, "You didn't f***ing plug yourself." And I was like, "I know." And he was like, "Why didn't you plug yourself?" And I was like, "I don't know. I don't know. I just didn't. I'm really bad at shilling myself." And he was like, we paid $1,200 to be here. This is the only reason we're here. So anyways, basically when you get there, here, I'll give you the behind the scenes, okay? What do you guys want to know? I'll start from the very beginning, all right? So we get there. I arrive on scene. Okay, let's dispel some false narrative about Fresh and Fit. So before I went on, I was told by multiple people that they highly encourage women to drink a ton and do shots behind the scenes. And I believe on the H3H3 podcast, they also spread this idea that they do a ton of shots and stuff. Now, it is of course possible that they did that in the past. However, I'm very dubious. Myron is actually pretty straight edge. He doesn't drink at all. So I'm not sure. Obviously, it's possible that it happened before, but when I went on, there was no alcohol. You could request it, so they had White Claws available upon request. I don't think anyone requested a White Claw. I think there's maybe the girl beside me. I think this girl beside me, in the blue here, I think she might have had an alcoholic beverage. It looked dark. It might have been a Coke, though, so I don't know. And they give us tons of water. You come in, you take your shoes off, and they get you to sign a form. I'm gonna be honest, any of the Fresh and Fit team ever see this? I was trying to fill out the form, and then there was the weird stuff at the couch, and then I got yelled at for having my phone on me. I didn't actually fill out the form because we were kind of like rushed in. Not because of them. Like we were supposed to arrive at like 9:30, and we got there at like 9:39. So we show up. There's no drinking. They offer us water. We sit down. When I actually got there, Stephen was already there. I came in with Melina. They were trying to figure out who his wife was. So they were trying to sit me beside Stephen. And I was like, they were like, "Okay, you sit here beside Stephen." And I was like, "I can, but I'm not his wife. She is." And pointing at Melina. And Melina was like, "Hello." And they were like, "Oh." So then they sit Melina beside Stephen. They sit me beside Sneeko originally. And then they moved me to the couch. And I was like, "Motherfucker, I spent $1,200. I'm not being on the couch." So I'm like sitting down. I had been messaging with their producer, Chris, a fair bit. Because there was some miscommunication about whether or not I was going to be on the podcast beforehand. I was under the assumption that that was a go. It sounds like that wasn't communicated or something. Not the end of the world. Now I'm sitting on the couch and I'm like, fuck. Like I didn't spend $1,200 to sit on the couch. Like I can't do that. So I like get Chris's eye and I was like, "Hey, I'm that Canadian girl you were messaging with. Is there any way I can not be on, like, is there any way?" I was basically like, "I was the Canadian girl you were messaging with." And he was like, and I was sitting on the couch and I was like, "Can I And I don't know if I said, can I be at the table, or if I kind of just like implied like, I don't want to be on this fucking couch. And he's like, oh, okay. And he gets me up, he scoots some girls back to the couch, he sits me down. And me and Angela Knight, who's this girl like right here, I don't know if you can see her, sits us down. So they start talking. For the most part, they were like really respectful. It was a little tense. It was really, really tense at the beginning. They definitely treat you like a retarded child. But some of the women I know do come in and they're like pretty drunk and high. So yeah, it's definitely when you're in there, like it doesn't feel good to be a woman there. I will say that. But I wouldn't say that they're like overly disrespectful, and they definitely didn't do any like shady shit at all. They were just like very I think the main thing I don't know how to say other than like when I first came on this, I definitely felt like I was treated kind of like a stupid dumb bimbo, basically, like by all of the staff there. But like that's more or less I guess what they're used to in their minds. So I don't know, I'm not sure. I'm trying to be careful about how I speak about this, but that's kind of the best interpretation. We're sitting around, they're giving us the rules, they're explaining, we got the headset on, we're doing checks and stuff like that. Everything's super normal. I shouldn't say all the staff treated you like a stupid bimbo. Some of the staff did. And some of them were just like really lovely. There was some actually like really, really nice staff. Like there was this one guy who's bigger. I think he was an audio tech. He was so nice like the whole time. He was just like super sweet and smiley, and like he would like interact with the women and be like really polite and kind. So several of the women there as well were like really, really kind. Were like going out of their way to get you water and stuff like that. And they're like, hey, do you need anything? So a lot of their staff are really kind. When you sit down, Myron and Fresh aren't there. You're just kind of getting set up by Chris, and that's their producer, the guy who called Melina Miami 4, which my understanding is he apologized about. Not my drama. I won't get into it. Other than Melina was like, when they were confused about who the wife was, I was like, that's Steven's wife. And he was like, oh. And then she turns and she's like, yeah, don't you remember me, Chris, the Miami 4? And he got like really embarrassed. So I think he got in a fair bit of trouble for that. That went for Melina. It was super funny. We all sit down. They're going through the rules. The only thing I'd say is Chris was probably like maybe a little more intense than he needed to be. So he's explaining the rules. And at one point he says that he wants all of the phones on silent and in airplane mode, which makes sense. They obviously don't want like people getting a ton of phone calls in the middle of like a live recording. And so he's like, just make sure you guys check your phones, that they're not on, and make sure that your phones are on silent or airplane. So I immediately pull out my phone just to quickly put it on airplane because it wasn't on airplane in the moment. So I'm just looking down and looking back up. So as I'm doing this, I'm literally doing this. I'm looking down and looking up. And then he goes, what did I just say? Don't be on your phone. And I was like, okay. And I didn't say anything. And then he made some sort of comment about like, man, this is like why I have to like treat people like I'm not your teacher, or like I have to treat people like they're school children. Something to the effect of like he's a teacher and I'm a child to some extent. And I was like, okay, like relax. You literally just said to have your phone on airplane. Just trying to comply with you. And I get that you could be like, yeah, but you have to wait until after. And it's like, sure. But also like just chill a little bit. Probably everything would go better for you if you just chilled a little bit. So that was like a little weird. Not the end of the world. I didn't say anything. There's no need to get like uppity or anything about it. They do take away all of the women's phones. They don't take away the men's phones. The reason that they say that is because the women will be on their phone a lot of the time, but I'm pretty sure by the end, Sneeko was on his phone the whole, like a large portion of the end. So I don't know. So there's definitely some things where you're like, I don't matter. I am like definitely as a woman, you feel there's an energy towards you as a woman for sure, like for sure. But I will say there was no weird shady shit with like drugs or like alcohol or anything like that. So just to be really clear, there might have been some misogyny. That doesn't mean that there was like sneaky, creepy, like rapey shit going on. None of that happened. In fact, as the podcast got going, Myron and Fresh were both like quite respectful. A lot of people note that Myron has a notepad He does. I could actually see what he was writing the whole time. So like Myron, when he's there, he does have a notepad and he'll do what I do. So when I'm in like a debate, for example, I'll start throwing down like comments somebody's made. Like I'll take like two sentences or two keywords that make me think of something, and I might put in here like a keyword for myself of like a point that I want to bring up to address that. So it allows me to listen actively, but also not forget, especially if like there's a lot going on. So that's what basically Myron was doing the entire time. So he had his little notebook out to the side and he was writing in it, but I could actually see it the whole time. Like I would like look over when I was talking to him, I could see it in his hand, or I would like glance over, and he was doing basically what I do in debates. He was writing down keywords and then like little like probably points that would lead to like a dialogue tree that he had in his head about it. And he also, by the way, offered everyone notepads and paper. So it's not like they just want you to be completely like on your own. So yeah, as far as like trying to give women like an unfair disadvantage or anything in the debate, that's not really going on, which is a really common idea spread by people. That's really just not going on, at least not on the show that I was on. It is possible in the past that they did this stuff. I don't really know, but they were offering us water the entire time. In fact, at one point, Myron turned around and told his staff to make sure that everyone got water, and she went around and handed all the women water. He offered us pen and paper if we wanted it. The only thing we couldn't have is our phones. But to be clear, the whole time, Fresh and Myron were never on their phones during the debate. So it's not like they were like looking up research articles and we weren't allowed to. They don't want anyone on their phones the entire time. They just don't trust the women to not be on their phones, and I guess they do trust their male guests, which would be the misogyny piece. So yeah, then the show got started, and you guys saw the rest.
User joined your channel.
Hallo?
Hallo.
Du klingst. Hä? Ja, topfit bin ich. Morgen kann ich wieder arbeiten gehen, freue mich. Nochmal alle anstecken vor Weihnachten. Nee. Doch, Husten ist fast weg, also alles wieder in Ordnung.
Heute waren ein paar Mal Grafikkarte. Waren immer direkt weg.
Ja, er muss halt schneller zuschlagen, ne?
Hm. Ich muss sehen, wie du das gegen ein Skript machst.
Ja, ich bin noch jung und spritzig, ne?
Du hast nicht mal hingekriegt, meinen Datenbank-Eintrag zu schreiben, ne? Will ich nichts hören.
Also, ich weck auch kranke Leute nicht um 3 Uhr nachts.
Ja, vielleicht hätte ich es nicht gemacht, wenn du meinen Datenbankantrag schrieben hättest.
Einem neuen. Hallo meine allerliebsten Freunde, herzlich willkommen zu einem neuen Video. Heute werden wir uns mit einem neuen Video einer anderen Person auseinandersetzen, und zwar mit einem Video von Rob Bubble. Denn immer wenn Rob Bubble ein neues Video veröffentlicht, könnte es ein Thema sein, das sehr wichtig wird für mich. Und ich habe ein ganz kleines bisschen Angst bei dem, worum es heute gehen könnte. Was die EU gerade macht, ist einfach nur absurd. Und unten in der Kapitelbeschreibung steht gerade drin, was Rezo und Robert Mark Lehmann mit politischer Werbung zu tun haben. Und irgendwie fühle ich mich jetzt contentmäßig nicht so weit weg von denen, dass ich mir denke, das betrifft mich gar nicht, was die EU da hier vorhat. Deswegen lasst uns mal ganz kurz die Daumen drücken, dass es nicht so schlimm wird und ängstlich in dieses Video reingehen.
Stellt euch mal vor, die Videos zur CDU von Rezo, die hätten nie viral gehen können. Oder die ganzen Videos zu Artikel 13 damals.
Nun, wenn die Videos zu Artikel 13 nicht viral gegangen wären, hätte es auch nichts verändert, weil es ja im Endeffekt genauso durchgegangen ist, oder? Ist es nicht genau das, was passiert ist? Wir haben literally nichts erreicht. Okay, es ist ein sehr trauriger Einstieg in dieses Video, es tut mir leid.
Keine Sau interessiert sich für dich. Du hast nichts zu Artikel 13 geleistet. Genauso wie die Spacewalks.
Oder wenn Robert Mark Lehmann Spenden sammelt für Mission Erde, sein Livestream dazu seinen Fans gar nicht erst angezeigt werden würde.
Eines der krassesten YouTube-Ereignisse in Deutschland ever?
Oder dass Aufrufe von gemeinnützigen Organisationen oder sogar von Privatpersonen zu Petitionen auf Social Media eingeschränkt werden würden.
Oh nein, die Menschen im Internet
Soll ich
haben
das
eine
klicken, oder?
demokratische
Ach, ich aufs Klo muss.
Möglichkeit gefunden, ihre
Scheiße.
eigene
Gib's im
Arbeit
Netz.
durchzuführen. Wir
Jetzt
sollten
erst
es
eine
verhindern,
Antwort
dass sie das
abwarten
tun.
Lass ihn leiden. Dann muss ich dodgen. Alter, bin ich First Pick.
Und Gatekeeping betreiben für politische Macht. Kann ja nicht sein, dass der normale Bürger plötzlich irgendetwas ändern kann an seinem Los. Meine
Ich sage,
Güte,
Philipp!
Nach dem, was konservative
Was ist denn jetzt
Politiker
schon wieder?
machen würden, um sich
Ich dachte, du rollst mich hart rein.
an der Macht zu halten und sich an die Macht zu klammern.
Tja, genau daran scheint die EU gerade zu arbeiten. Allerdings nicht absichtlich. Es geht um ein Gesetz, was das Targeting von politischer Werbung einschränken soll. Und
Okay, da war ich jetzt vielleicht ein ganz kleines bisschen zu vorschnell und habe mal wieder Dinge unterstellt, die einfach, also, ne, unterstelle niemals Boshaftigkeit, wo Dummheit genügt. Mhm.
das ist eigentlich was richtig Gutes. Vielleicht habt ihr ja damals diesen Beitrag vom ZDF-Magazin Royal zu Microtargeting.
Das ist so der Timo Botlane.
Was, wenn Microtargeting
Muss, oder?
im Bundestagswahlkampf von dunklen
Nee.
Mächten missbraucht werden würde?
Oder euch sagt vielleicht
Oh mein
Cambridge
Gott.
Analytica noch was. Zu dem Fall gibt es sogar eine Netflix-Doku.
Nino wird aufs Klo gehen. Na, Nino ist schon auf dem Klo, ne?
Lock um! Was du nicht verstehst, warum passiert das immer dir? Das ist meine Frage.
Ja. Das ist nicht so einfach zu erklären.
Das war doch Absicht. Du hast den Timo gesehen, hattest Angst und bist wegdodged.
Ich will echt weniger lachen, ey. So, na gut. Hä? Sagen wir mal so, ne?
What the fuck, was happened?
Philipp ist einfach ein Troll.
Die Gegner an so schwules Tier, da hab ich keinen Bock drauf.
Facebook von uns haben, kann man Werbung sehr genau den Leuten anzeigen.
Das ist
die
auf
man
keinen
erreichen
Fall,
will.
dass ich die
Das
IQ einfach
nennt man
verpasst habe.
Targeting. Das kann man
Das kann
aber
gar nicht sein.
natürlich auch für politische
Also.
Werbung nutzen. Und wenn man möchte, so zum
Und Johannes hat mich
Beispiel
auch unter
sehr
Druck gesetzt.
gezielt
Das ist ja noch nicht vergessen.
Literally gar nichts gesagt.
Desinformationen an genau die richtigen Leute verbreiten.
Und im Endeffekt ist das ja das, worüber ich jetzt so ein Dreivierteljahr jetzt schon gesprochen habe, was sehr viel meiner Arbeit ausgemacht hat, eben diese Desinformation aufzuzeigen, nicht wahr?
Das einzuschränken ist natürlich etwas super Wichtiges für unsere Demokratie. Aber wisst ihr, was auch noch richtig wichtig ist für unsere Demokratie? Freie Meinungsäußerung. Also, warum könnte es passieren, dass ein CDU-Video von Rezo in Zukunft nicht mehr so leicht viral gehen kann? Dafür müsst ihr einmal kurz überlegen, wie ihr Werbung definieren würdet. Ich würde sagen, das sind Werbespots, die zum Beispiel vor YouTube-Videos laufen oder Influencer, die für einen Post bezahlt wurden.
Aber ist quasi jetzt dann in der Definition alles Werbung, was mit dem konkreten Benennen von, ich sag mal, Institutionen oder Personen zusammenhängt, dementsprechend auch Parteien?
Das Ding ist, die EU hatte aktuell eine leicht andere Definition. Ein Post oder das Verbreiten einer Botschaft, die dafür verantwortlich ist oder entworfen wurde, um das Ergebnis einer Wahl oder das Wahlverhalten oder einen Gesetzgebungsprozess zu beeinflussen.
Gut, das ist natürlich eine Auslegungssache. Wenn jetzt dieser Zerstörung der CDU-Beitrag von Rezo als Maßstab gilt, dann ist es tatsächlich schwierig, weil er sagt ja ganz konkret, man soll die CDU nicht wählen. Ist auch tatsächlich als Creator ein Grenzfall, das so zu machen. Ja? Soweit gehe ich auch selten, also vielleicht in meinen AfD-Beiträgen, dass ich das ganz konkret sage, also quasi eine Anti-Werbung betreibe. Und grundsätzlich finde ich diesen Versuch, das zu beschreiben, auch nicht verkehrt. Ja? Also es ist durchaus ein Thema, das man ansprechen muss, gerade im Hinblick auf Desinformation. Weil das, was Menschen jetzt mit entsprechender Vorleistung und Recherche und so betreiben, das ist in dem Sinne eine faktenbasierte Argumentation. Aber es gibt ja da draußen zu jedem, der das so macht, noch 1000, die es nicht tun, die einfach nur irgendwelche plumpen Meinungsbeiträge von sich geben. Und die stellen durchaus eine Gefahr dar. Ja? Also ich bin da auch ehrlicherweise hin und her gerissen und ich als Content Creator, der sich darum kümmert, eben genau diese Leute irgendwie zu konterkarieren und deren Lügen zu widerlegen. Wenn wir jetzt mal ganz aggressiv das durchdenken, würde das ja heißen, denen würde verboten, Beiträge zu verbreiten und mir würde verboten, diese Beiträge zu verbreiten, was an und für sich am Ende verhindern würde, dass überhaupt jemand Desinformation verbreitet, was dazu führt, dass ich sowieso keine Anti-Desinformationsbeiträge veröffentlichen müsste. Also vielleicht wäre der Schaden sogar an der Demokratie am Ende geringer, wenn dann nicht das Problem wäre, dass man seine Meinung frei äußern muss, um überhaupt davon sprechen zu können, dass man eine fucking Demokratie hat. Ja, also wir haben ja das Problem, dass man mit repressiven Mitteln versucht, Freiheit zu verteidigen, was immer ein Schritt weiter in eine ungünstige politische Richtung ist, nicht wahr?
Und zwar auch dann, und jetzt kommt das Wichtige, wenn das nicht bezahlt wird. Und jetzt gucken wir doch noch mal gemeinsam in die Zerstörung der CDU rein. Ein Video mit inzwischen 19 Millionen Views.
Wählt man CDU, CSU oder SPD, gibt es keinen Grund für irgendwen, was zu verändern. Wählt man die AfD, trägt man sogar noch mehr zur Zerstörung unseres Planeten bei. Und grundsätzlich sollte klar sein, dass man auch die AfD aus anderen Gründen nicht wählen sollte.
Warte mal, das klingt mir doch sehr nach Designed to influence the outcome of an election. Das Ergebnis einer Wahl beeinflussen wollen.
Hier ist es ganz klar.
Wählt bitte nicht die SPD. Wählt bitte nicht die CDU. Wählt bitte nicht die CSU. Die AfD.
Also es ist jetzt schon sehr eindeutig, also nach meinem Verständnis wäre das nach der aktuellen Definition der EU politische Werbung. Obwohl
es ist.
Hm.
Aber es ist ja politisch Werbung. Das ist leider Gottes einfach dieser eine Schritt zu weit in Richtung einer Beeinflussung der Zuschauer. Wahlempfehlung.
Ich spiele eh nicht offensiv, oder?
Schwierig. Alles auflisten.
Level 1 wahrscheinlich schon.
Ja? Gut.
Danach wird
aber
es
zu sagen,
kritisch.
die nicht wählen, ist dann einfach der Schritt zu weit und dessen muss man sich halt
Höre ich eigentlich auf dich? Du weißt nicht mal, wie man Jana skillt.
Tausendfach betonen, niemand dafür Geld gegeben
Jetzt beruhigst dich
hat.
mal,
Das
ne?
ist seine
Ja,
persönliche Meinung.
also, weiß ja nicht, dieser Master-Spieler, der hat Lücke.
Also, die besten Spieler der Welt haben so das Skill wie ich.
Einer, Philipp, einer.
Die besten.
Einer.
Mako.
Mehrzahl
Ja, es sind allein schon 2.
Wer?
Mako, Lehens.
Zählen die mit 3 Punkten jetzt auch, oder was?
Ja, natürlich.
Ah ja.
Ja, was ist das für dich?
Oh, was machen wir mit dem Level 1 Skill? Hier, Tornado.
Mit dir kann man einfach nicht reden.
Philipp, guck dir mal meine Rune an.
Und was ist du wieder dabei? Unsealed Spellbook, was hast du vor? Will ich wegghosten, falls die dich anflashen oder was?
Ja. Zum Glück ist das normal, ich werde mich aufregen. Wie benutzt man das überhaupt?
Ja,
aber das
über deine Leichte ist so ein Buff und
okay.
wenn der kannst du dann swappen. Alter, bist du insane.
Hat die grad
Crazy Spieler, Alter, das ist ein Challenger.
Ja, die ist jetzt verwirrt, ne?
Ja,
die hat jetzt erwartet. Oh, reicht es?
Ich hätte selber nicht erwartet, dass das hittet. Der lauft doch direkt den Tower, Minion. Ja, komm, du auch noch, komm.
Ja, kommt. Oh Gott, du hast dir die denied, oder was?
Digga, Alter. Bist du betrunken? Ah, ich lagge. What?
Ich hab sie aufgehalten, Philipp. Mach dir keine Sorge. Ich hab nix, gell? Jetzt. Warum Auto-Attack ich nicht, bitte?
Oh, das kann nicht wahr sein, ja.
Ich cancel.
Ich komm nicht hinterher, ne?
Oh, reicht doch never. Ich hab beide.
Ich komm nicht hinterher mit den Minions.
Fall mich nicht an.
Also wäre die eine tot, wird die auch erwischt. Ich muss da durchpushen.
Ja, komm her.
Ja, da ist der Ping.
Glaubst du, der ist da? Ich glaube nicht, dass
Ja,
der
wenn
da
der
ist.
eine da pinkt wie so ein Behinderter, da irgendeinen Grund haben. Das ist die dumme Forts überlebt, Alter.
Aber wir haben ja gerade richtig den Neid, ne?
Nix, die Neid, Alter. Alle Sums raus, das ist halt wieder gut für die, Alter. Weil die einfach runterrennen. Eine Spell da auch wieder nach hinten rauskommt, Mann.
Ach, das kann doch nicht wahr sein. Er hat gerade nicht Erfahrung für 2 Waves verloren? Ne, war die da? Ist tot? Ne, okay.
Digga, kannst du Minion springen? Haben sie das nicht bei Samira gelernt, dass das eine richtig scheiß Idee ist, Alter?
Der hätte keiner überlebt.
Och klar, hat der überlebt.
Topside. Der gangt wieder durch Nino. Ja, du. Ich weiß, warum ich kein League Normal mehr spiele. Komplett anfangen. Kann ja an der Tower stehen, das ganze Game über. Das ist echt ein bisschen behindert mit dem Jump, ne?
Ja, gut. Right lernt halt nicht
der
dazu.
gankt uns. Oh, der gankt uns nicht.
Oh, der eine hat wieder nicht raus. Oh, das ist halt unlucky.
Der Pink war da, der kann eigentlich nicht kommen.
Nur so halt einfach über die Wand, wenn er.
Hm? Oh, what?
Komm dann. Komm noch nicht hinterher. Die Schuhe oder was?
Ja. Gut. Nö. Ja, gut. Na. Ein Hit.
Der Rex ist halt auch schon strong as fuck.
Ja, aber der war noch nicht back, der ist jetzt back. Der alleine lassen können.
Du musst auch echt mit deinen Wirbeln aufpassen, Mann. Wir sind so am Arsch pushen die ganze Zeit wegen der Kacke.
Ja, ich dachte aber, mir wolle den da nochmal.
Ja, doch nicht auch eine Fresh Wave ohne Grund. Mit einem Lane Gangs sein, so wie die das sweept.
Sag mal. Ja. Really?
Ach, Mann.
Ein Schild. Sie ist so viel.
Das ist ja.
Hm?
passiert, I guess, Alter. Einer P, warum würde man nicht einfach vor sie laufen? Scheiß Cooldown-Opfer. Ach, Agro! Wo die scheiß Minions beim scheiß Tower stehen!
Da kommt runter. Ich hab für einen Wirbel. Der läuft zurück. So, hey, jetzt.
Das denkst du ist dein Fehler, Udir. Das denkst du ist dein Fehler. Was? Aber du hast so einfach nicht mal vor die Gegner läufst, wenn du siehst, dass die Nila 10 HP hat, ihr nicht einen Jump Point gibst und auf jeden Fall verhinderst, dass sie einfach deine komplette Kombos.
Late hier.
Die ist E-Giga auf mir jetzt. Komplettes Level. Wahrscheinlich fast 2. Wahrscheinlich 1000 Gold vor mir, weil sie Double Plating kriegt. Alter. Ja, jetzt einfach. Wenig hinterher, die ganze Mage springen.
Den Klick.
Ah, ist Lust.
Anfange zu shielden.
Es ist unbelievable. Den Herald hier zu Pop an der Tower.
Boah, macht die Damage. Warum?
So wird er gecrushed.
Ich hätte es gefreezed.
Für 3 Waves, oder?
Oh, eine.
Ich bin doch jetzt erst am Leben. Ich glaube, jetzt erst los.
Ich muss die doch nur mit Shield da hochziehen.
Oh, oh. Okay. Ob sie da steht oder da?
AD.
Dass ich da sterbe, Alter. What the fuck?
Ich hätte aber gedacht, dass du da stirbst. Was nehme ich jetzt? Smite? Der hatten. Bin da.
Ah, ich kotz.
Hat das beim Red Buff gerade? Ungefähr.
Sind beide ultra low, oder? Bei uns im Jungle.
Ja.
Beide fast getötet.
Musste, sorry.
Nicht wegkicken bitte, wenn ich White Gun hab.
Dann sterbe ich da.
Nee, du wirst full life.
Ja, weil ich gerade eine volle Ulti durchkillt hab.
Stirbt die Botschule dich doch nicht.
Ich hab gerade um 400 Kill.
Da ist immer noch 600 Leben.
Ja, ist ein Jungle von denen. Push das war doch. das irgendwie aufhalten?
Mein Bett.
Kann ich da von der irgendwas blocken?
Nee, das war Bett. Flashen. Wo ich jetzt Jump kann schwirbeln, aber der ist halt so Melee-Range, wenn sie da schon dran ist, dann muss ziemlich schnell sein.
Schön ist drin.
Bin
Strong. Oh, und du bist richtig strong, okay. Die Cutter bitte.
Der Schuss Tuf.
Wird er Mitte? Kann hier Match für. So fun.
Der Garen dominiert.
Und von der Seite.
Ich weiß ja nicht mehr, wir gewinnen das Straight One-on-One wahrscheinlich nicht. Selbst Tui gewonnen wird haben.
Nicht?
Das ist ein Monster gerade. Und ich habe absolute Gay-Waffen.
Damals.
Gleich Tower nehmen, dann Mitte swappen oder so. Dann
Eigentlich bin ich gut
spielen.
gegen Cutter. Die ist Mitte. Können hier, glaube ich, Tower nehmen sogar. Halt die nur auf.
Ah, die hat den richtigsten Spell raus. Dann geht's.
Kommt sie. Ne, ist Mitte. Wir können jetzt swappen ihn. Oh. Hammer kommt. Auf dich hier mal. Ja.
Ah, der ist nicht ulten. Ich hab 80.000 Shurikens. Oh. Die Karmas Exos oder die Nilas Exos? Nilas Exos, ne? Ich glaube, ich kill die einfach alle, Mann, wenn ich da 2 Autotext mehr rauskrieg.
Nicht verstauen?
Nee, ich war Full Life. Du musst ja sehen, wie lange ich da überlebt.
Gehen wir nicht mit?
Nee. Also könnte ich ruhig mit dir gehen. Ist mir relativ egal. Ich will Botlane rauspushen, damit wir Drake Control kriegen.
Durch.
Ich habe relativ schlechte Waffen, aber.
Hört mir?
Ich vielleicht die Blue Gun noch nicht aufgeben wird.
Muss auch nicht, lass Nino pushen.
Naja, aber ich habe halt. Ich habe halt nur Scheiße auf und selbst nach Blue kommt nichts Gescheites. Hier.
Bin hinter dir. ghost hier ein bisschen rum, ne? Und nimm den Minion.
Mhm. Du Verzahlte. Ist irgendwas ab, was man klauen kann?
Ja, hier. What? Warum verfolgt der mich?
Ist halt gefährlich, ne?
Ja.
Du bist halt auf Smite wahrscheinlich.
Nee.
Ja. Alter, ich krieg den nicht down.
Nur mich gerade auch.
7 Gold, Alter, krieg ich für die kleinen Träumchen.
Gut, aber es geht ja um die Erfahrung, ne? Da waren bestimmt 400, 500 Erfahrungen. Ne?
Ja, ich bin immer noch Level 10. So ein Schmutz, diese Änderung, Alter.
Mitte. Oh, Philipp, das sind 2. 2.
Ja, die Kam hat noch nicht eine Q getroffen in dem ganzen Game. Also.
Nicht. Silber nicht so attraktiv, ne?
Ich glaube, es muss dann dein Fehler sein, wenn die eine Q trifft, ne?
Wieso? Wenn sie gar nicht auf dich schießt, wie kann das dann mein Fehler?
Also die Level 1 und Level 3 Q, ne? Die galten auf jeden Fall nicht hier. Also sie ist komplett besoffen. Oder
Oh, der ist da oben beim Blooper. Double ready, Nino? Ja. Noch nicht da?
Na gut, aber die Karte one-shot dich ja nicht, oder? Hier vielleicht doch.
Oh Gott, okay. Auf ich der? Einfach weiterlaufen?
Oh, lass dich doch nicht ablenken, kill doch einfach die eine.
Ja, keinen. Barrier? Der TP nehmen soll. Das krieg ich doch hin, oder? Was, Philipp, was? Was möchtest du mir sagen?
Das ist ein Bobo, das möchte ich dir sagen.
Da habe ich Ignite Barrier, ne? Ist so shit.
Aber einfach Baron. Der White Gun.
Aber es
ist die
sehen
rote
uns.
Scheiße. Wie lange hält denn die Kacke noch?
Jetzt? Nimm mir lang. Will nix bin.
Ja, Drake ist auch.
Ja, aber trade mir den nicht einfach?
Die Soul ist schon geil.
Jetzt pass auf, Philipp. Und ich hab sie. Steht hier. Da, ne?
Die kann wahrscheinlich Baron jetzt dafür, oder?
Können wir die zu zweit aufhalten? Wir müssen doch nicht alle an Dragons sein.
Nein, eigentlich nicht, das ist richtig. Das ist perfekt. Ich verstehe das nicht. Warum läuft der ab und zu an die Wand, aber ab und zu läuft er nicht an die Wand?
Keine Warts.
Hab den.
Ich hab nicht.
Der Fotze, Alter. What?
Okay.
Ich glaube, er gewinnt das, oder? Er müsste so fighten, er gewinnt das. Ich hab den Full Drake Buff.
Was hätte ich gerade one-shottet, Philipp? Kannst du mal gucken?
Kata 1600. Nur Kata, 300 Nila.
Den Tower da nicht, oder?
Es lohnt sich eh nicht mehr wegzupporten. Udi ist genauso schnell da wie ihr. Also, einfach bei der Pushen. Okay. Gehen aber zum Baron, oder?
Ja, ich gehe dahin.
Nur irgendwie meine Waffe durchkriegen. Udi ist nicht da.
Ja, glaub nicht.
Oh doch, jetzt können wir es immer machen.
Wo bist du hierher? Nein, genau.
Warum hat die Nila 3,5 Items? Habe ich irgendwas verpasst? Wir haben mehr Tower als die. Geht nur 4 Kills mehr. Hat 1,5 Items mehr als ich. Manche Dinge, ne, die muss ich auch nicht verstehen.
Ich muss die Kata interrupten, ne? Muss. Viel Damage. Komm, 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 komm. Wir nehmen einfach Mitte, oder? Go. Jetzt seitlich. Komm ich wieder zu dir, Philipp, ne? Wie ein guter Shield-Sklave. Sowieso.
Der Gute, der Garen hat einfach 3 Leute alleine gekillt in einem 1 gegen 5.
Und Nina hat da die ganze Gangs auf sich gelenkt, ne? Na, dürfen die andere 2 Lanes mal gewinnen.
Na gut, die hatte 4 Items, ich 2, ne?
Wer?
Die Nila.
Ich dachte, die hat 2 Items.
Ne, die hatte 4. Ich hatte 2.
Ah, Philipp, bist du in die Backganger oder was ist da los?
Ne, die hat aber 3 Gold mäßig.
Ja, richtig.
Happens, ne? Die hat weniger Farm. Aus, sagen wir, Equal Farm. Hat 4 Kills mehr. Die haben weniger Tower, haben kein Baron, haben kein Drake. Hat die Mitte Platings gekriegt, Nino?
Ja, mit Harold halt. Der hat Harold an der Tower gepoppt.
Ja, aber die Nila? War die Nila da?
Nee, hat er bekommen.
Keine Ahnung, hat halt einfach 3K Welt. Vielleicht gibt die Passive auch Gold oder so.
Ja, klar, ne? Erfahrung, Gold, das. Ich muss kurz aufs Klo.
Vielfalt auf diesem Planeten zu erhalten.
Kein Haifischprodukte kaufen.
Nino, komm.
Die Petition unterschreiben,
Nee,
haben das bei
geht's ins Bett,
Stopfinning
muss morgen
bisher
arbeiten.
geschafft, das in die EU zu holen.
Ja, und die haben halt einfach keinen Bock mehr.
Ich
auf
komme
die
irgendwann nach dem
Arbeitnehmer.
Mittag mal
Deswegen
rein
müssen sie
wahrscheinlich.
das so formulieren.
Gut, ich bin
Damit der
Eishalle.
die nicht immer nervt mit irgendwelchen Petitionen.
Bist in der Nice-Halle.
Aber
Ja.
an dieser Stelle kann ich euch mal mein Gespräch
Und
mit
Legacy
Marco
geil.
Bülow empfehlen.
Keine Ahnung,
der
ab
gemeint
Montag.
Hat, dass es mit Petitionen sowieso
War bisher noch nicht.
nichts
Aber
bringt.
jetzt bin ich.
Zumindest auf Bundesebene.
Die letzten 4 Tage halt von dem Jahr.
Aber es ist hier zu düster, Leute. Es ist gerade zu düster. Und das, obwohl ich hier so hell scheine.
Dass das Parlament darüber entscheiden muss, ob der Haifisch hier in Deutschland gehandelt wird.
Hey, der wirbt hier in einem YouTube-Video dafür, eine Petition zu unterschreiben. Und so eine Petition, die zwingt dann das EU-Parlament über etwas zu entscheiden? Das klingt für mich aber doch sehr verdächtig nach designed to influence the outcome of a legislative or regulatory process. Denn das Ziel ist ja, ein Gesetz in ihrem Interesse zu erlassen. Okay. Wenn wir also jetzt einfach mal davon ausgehen, dass die Definition in diesem Gesetzesentwurf tatsächlich die Videos von Rezo und Robert Mark Lehmann als politische Werbung einstufen könnte, was hätte das denn dann für Konsequenzen? Naja, sie dürften ihre Videos natürlich immer noch hochladen,
Ja, Johannes, weißt du,
aber
manche
was
Leute müssen morgen
passieren
arbeiten im
könnte,
Gegensatz zu dir.
ist, dass sie euch
Ja, du
nicht
nicht,
mehr
ne?
angezeigt
Doch, muss
werden
morgen auch wieder
oder sie
arbeiten.
zumindest nicht mehr viral gehen können. Warum?
Ich muss morgen
Ich
auch wieder
würde
ins
allerdings
Geschäft.
an dieser Stelle betonen, dass ich der Meinung bin, dass es auch jetzt schon schwierig ist, mit gewissen Themen
Komm ich
gesehen
rein,
zu
huf ein
werden.
bisschen durch die Gegend.
Also mir fällt das bei mir schon sehr stark auf.
Haben die auch
Und
immer
dass
gemacht,
es
muss ich ja
sehr
revanchieren.
erstaunlich ist, dass es bei Robert Mark Lehmann überhaupt
Haben
funktioniert.
auch alle immer mit
Gerade
Corona
diesen
auf die
Themen, weil es
Arbeit.
bei vielen
Gott sei
anderen, die
Dank.
diese Inhalte betreiben oder verbreiten, nicht so gut funktioniert hat. Ne? Also ich erinnere mich an mein Video zum Pelzhandel vor